focused on youth. I want to see how it is that the youth can lead the sanitation agenda in this country. So we have 4 teams from very prestigious institutions. We have Makerere University Ginger Campus. Can we give them a round of applause? And they're going to be facing the Makerere University School of Public Health. Can we give them a round of applause on this side? Then we have the champions of hygiene, the School of Hygiene, all the way from Mbale. Here, they'll be tussling it out with the community chaps, the youth from the community. Can we give them a round of applause? Like I said, we have representatives from the ministry, we have the civil society, we have Minister of Health, we have Minister of Water and Environment, we have the civil society, we have Ginger City leadership, we have the local or the traditional leadership of the Busoga and probably elsewhere, and all people of goodwill represented in this debate. So it's not going to be only an issue about rhetoric, but we're looking at exchanging ideas that are actually going to drive the sanitation landscape in this country as we look towards starting the campaign of the National Cleaning Days. So we want to see how sustainable this can be. We want to see what ideas, novel ideas that the youth are going to bring up in this conversation. So stay right where you are. I hope you are all as excited as I am. Can we hear some noise? The guys that are excited as I am. I don't seem to think that you're excited as I am, but anyhow, we will certainly roll this. So ladies and gentlemen, I would love that we begin off with a word of prayer. We did pray for tea, but I would love that we also pray for everything else that is ahead of us. While we left, one lady was contesting the issue that they were not as anointed or they were anointed, so I think this is your turn.
So we are praying for the entire session. Okay. Let's humble ourselves and pray. Heavenly Father, I thank you, Lord. I glorify your name. I magnify your name in the mighty name of the Lord Jesus Christ. I thank you for today. I thank you for Ministry of Health for organizing this event. This event is an enabler to the income generating activities for our communities at the household level. I pray, Lord, that we understand what has brought us here and we go out and implement as a cabinet directive, and we clean our country so that by the time AFCON 27 comes on board, we are totally clean. I thank you, Lord, for all the ministries that are here, all the partners that are here, for all those that are facilitating this event. I've put them in your hands, Lord. I thank you, I glorify your name, I magnify your name, Lord. I've prayed all this in the mighty, matchless name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much. Can we resound that amen with a bit of energy? Amen, amen, and amen. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be working with my beautiful friend over there, a lady with one of the best smiles. I think you can agree with me. And that is Marion Natkunda. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sydney Subuga. I work with a community-based organization called Rural Empowerment on Health Management, and it's abbreviated as REHEMA. REHEMA means compassion, so we are compassionate about everything that affects health. So ladies and gentlemen, may I ask us to stand up so we can sing the national anthem. And I hope my guys on the ones and twos over the other side can give us a bit of sound for that, and then we roll. Then after the national anthem, we probably could sing the East African anthem, and then we also sing the Busoga. So we want to see the Busoga in us when that comes, okay? Let's do it. Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hands. United, free, for liberty, together we'll always stand. Yeah, the East African anthem.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Come and join, come and join, come and join. Come and join him. We like the best as well.
Like this.
Tuli bankabino yenga twesimye ino olw'ena ifu y'obusoga kibumbwe yatuwa olw'ekirabo ekyo ekikulu tweyimbenga busoga tebenkerenga ensenense. Abantu mwena mu busoga mwide twisanyenga tulemberwe ise bantu
ngano omutwe gwaife
tufuna omwoyo mwamufu tugonzaganyenga enina ya Uganda etebenkere. Tuli bankabino yenga twesimye ino olw'ena ifu y'obusoga kibumbwe yatuwa olw'ekirabo ekyo ekikulu tweyimbenga busoga tebenkerenga ensenense.
Wow, let's give them a round of applause. Just as we can give a round of applause to each and every one of you. Let's take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. At this moment in time, ladies and gentlemen, I would love to invite a representative from the Ministry of Health to give us welcome remarks, probably articulate the objectives of this engagement, and as well set the tone for our discussion. May I, at this moment, invite Kate to take us through this.
Good morning. I'm a bit not so excited because some people are behind. I would request that we come in front since they gave us a very big room and we can't fill it now, but I know later it will fill up. Let's all occupy the front seats. So good morning once again. Kate Namialo is my name. I serve at the Ministry of Health, and I'm glad that all of us are here, especially our young people, our young voices. We believe after this engagement, you'll take the message back to your fellow youths who will also take it back to their households. So I have a simple task. I'm not giving the welcome remarks. The welcome remarks will be given by my boss, who will join in a few minutes to give them. I'm here just to take us through why are we here? Why are we having the town hall engagement on National Cleaning Days and WASH?
Maybe for those who don't know what WASH means, WASH is water, sanitation, and hygiene. So maybe you can project. So I know the head of the delivery unit of the Prime Minister is with us. They will give us the gist of the National Cleaning Days and why it's important to this nation. But in a nutshell, you've seen our country, how not pleasantly clean we are. We have bottles scattered, bovera, people moving in the car, throwing things out. Someone finishes to eat from a cavera, they just drop it wherever they are seated or standing, which is not nice. And this is not only affecting the environment, but also I said, it starts from the region, then the implementing structures are at the regional, at the district, local government level. So it has to start from the community, district, local government, regional, and then national. So we believe that bringing it closer to the people will make us popularize why we need this initiative, why we need a clean environment, why we need a clean country. So this is the second one of its sort, and we shall be having several others before we have His Excellency the President launch it, and then we start the actual implementation. So maybe you can help me move to the next slide. So the objectives, we have quite many, but we want to increase public awareness of the upcoming National Cleaning Days and promote widespread community participation. This is a whole of government approach, whole of community approach. We want it to come from the people, to own it, to accept that the data environments are causing us many problems, not only the diseases, but also the environment, the pollution, the unsightliness of the community. So we want it to start from the community. And the second objective, we want to promote youth leadership, innovation, and civic responsibility in advancing water, sanitation, and hygiene, and also the National Cleaning Days initiatives. So that's why we have our youth leaders with us here. We have universities and also the community groups. We want them to also take it up and maybe take it down to their peers, because most times when the messages start from these institutions, they spread faster than us now at national level, who are already grown up and we have a mind of our own. So we believe by involving the youth being the biggest percentage of this country, we believe that we shall have some mileage when it comes to advancing the WASH and National Cleaning Days initiatives. Then the third one, we want to drive positive behavior change towards improved sanitation and solid waste management. This one speaks to itself. So if we do this, the town hall engagements, and also we do a lot of awareness in our communities. That's why we have the district local governments here present. I think I can see Jinja, we have Kamoli, we have Iganga, we have Namutumba and Luka, which are in Busoga region. We believe they can help us take this message when they're doing their day-to-day activities. They take up this message to the community members to influence behavior change. We don't want this to be a one-off campaign. We want it to continue in the community structures, the VHTs, the CHUs that we have, the PDM approach. We also bring in this component of water, sanitation, and hygiene, and also the National Cleaning Days. Then we want from this meeting, this engagement, to come up with actionable recommendations to support environmental cleanliness and disease prevention efforts. So when we are listening to these young people giving us their debates, their ideas, I know they're going to be giving us also commendable solutions that we can take into consideration when we are coming up with other strategies to advance our WASH initiative and also to advance the National Cleaning Days. And lastly, we want to strengthen collaboration among the government, academia, civil society organization, media, in promoting environmental health and the National Cleaning Days mobilization. I've seen we have government, we have line ministries around. I know my boss will speak to that when he's giving his welcome remarks. We have the ministry, we are happy to have the OPM, which takes up the government business, and we are under OPM. So we have OPM, we have Ministry of Health, we have Ministry of Water and Environment. I saw Mr. Birunji Musa there, Ministry of Education. That collaboration with the civil society organizations that we have with us here. We have Water for People, we have IRC, we have Water Aid, Hamim was around. We have the umbrella organization that takes up all civil society organizations in WASH. We have Water Missions and many others that are yet to join us. And then the academia, the universities, we have School of Hygiene, which is very instrumental when it comes to promotion of environmental health. And we also have the universities. We have Makerere University. We're supposed to have Chambogo. And also now the community. We have the district local governments who reach up to the communities. So I want to strengthen this collaboration. And I believe if we all of us in this room continue to incorporate or integrate these ideas or recommendations that you're going to come up with from this engagement to the districts, to the different development plans we have in our different organizations, we'll be able to move a mile when it comes to promoting water, sanitation and hygiene, and also to spearhead the National Cleaning Days initiative. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stop here. A lot of the information is going to be given by my commissioner, who will be giving the welcome remarks. Thank you so much.
Give Kate another hand clap, ladies and gentlemen. You are hearing a very hoarse voice from Michael MC. Now you're going to hear another sweet one. I was waiting for the word. My name is Marion Atkunda. I work with the Ministry of Health as a Senior Communications Officer. I am supporting the Environmental Health Department in Health Promotion for WASH, but I also coordinate the Village Health Team program at the Ministry of Health. So VHTs, anything to do VHTs, me. I'll definitely defend them. So that is one of the programs that I coordinate. I'm co-emceeing with Sydney, and I would like us to take us to the next program, where we are going to have remarks from a representative from Jinja City, and this is none other than Changwa Masi, who is, have I pronounced well? Yes. Who's the Deputy Division Town Clerk, Northern. There's Northern and there are other regions, but he's also here representing the city clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, please, without wasting time, put your hands together and we get to be received in Jinja City. Otherwise, since yesterday when you arrived here, you're illegally here. So let us receive blessings from our own. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marion. You are now legally here. A big hand clap to yourselves. My name's, as she has said, I'm Changwa Masi. Substantively, I work as the Deputy Division Town Clerk, Northern. I want to observe all protocol. The line ministries, the objectives of the workshop, I wouldn't like to go back to that. And only to commend you for having invited the youths here. These people easily learn. They can easily cope up with anything. We used to have cleaning days in Ginger. Isn't it gracious? And my colleague here, Susan, every last is always on and off. So this workshop is timely in that it has come in to remind us of our duties. Having clean days is important. There's one time when the press alleged that one of the dirtiest towns in Uganda is in Busoga region. That was Iganga, isn't it? Where is Iganga here? The town is Singabuchafu. I didn't believe, because I've been to dirtier towns. They had reasons. Have you corrected the image? You shall share with you the efforts of correcting that image. So, having this first edition of your workshop in Busoga region is timely, and we would like to thank you. And lastly, I want to welcome you and officially tell you that you are now legally here. Enjoy this town. We are at the shores of Lake Victoria. We are also at the source of the Nile. When you visit Busoga, it's even in our anthem, and you don't visit the source of the Nile. A feature that took the trouble of John Haddington speak in 1852 to come and say, please, you would have missed a lot. If you want permission to visit without paying, contact my office. Thank you for listening to me, and I wish you fruitful deliberations.
This is one of the cities I grew up in, City Clerk. I studied in GNSS. Just to know that I didn't lead any strike. I was very behaved. I was staying on Narambai Road. Yeah. So, and eventually I moved to Katende Road, Wanyama Road. So I know Jinja so well. But I'm happy to be, and meanwhile, thank you for allowing us to be in your city. And I've just received a note that we have another delegation from Ginger that has joined us, the RCC. Please move to the front. You know, when you we welcome our hosts closer. Yes? Yes, please. Please join us at the front. We have seats here. And you can be with part of us, and but we welcome you. Thank you for joining us next to the clerk. So, first of all, our commissioner is online. So he's just joined us online, the commissioner for environmental health. Please give him a hand clap. I know that things were made simple, so we don't have to be in physically, but we can be in the spirit. And we definitely listen. And I know that at a certain time, we shall invite him to be part of us and talk. So allow me invite the partner that is taking lead in this event and has really supported us when it comes to WASH initiatives, and passionate about community, WASH for community health, passionate about the youth, passionate about hygiene. I keep telling people that 70% of our diseases are due to lack of sanitation. So if we can manage and prevent that, then we wouldn't be having, neither would we be having Ebola right now and things are going, because it's all about sanitation, yeah? So allow me, without wasting time, our country director for Water for People, Brenda Achiro, to come and address us. Give her a hand clap.
Thank you very, very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I won't speak much because our time is fast spent and we want to get into the real thing, right? Yes, but she mentioned having studied from Ginger, and I thought, okay, I think now it's time, to show off that I also went to Iganga, so somewhere in the east. Yes, I went. Wanyange? Yes. So the east tends to bring the creme de la creme. So I did my O-level in Busoga region, yes. Iganga Girls for 3 years. So I'm glad to be here. It's my first town hall, and the youth debate that I'm listening to. So I'm very excited to hear what comes out. Of course, I talked to colleagues from the Ministry of Health and said we cannot wait for that national launch. We really want to make Uganda cleaner. We want to make it cleaner. We want to mimic what is in our neighboring countries. So this is a precursor to something very big, right? I believe this is a precursor. We are, raising momentum. We are getting out the voices so that we have a big launch of the National Cleaning Days, which I believe will be maintained and our country should be able to go forward. So thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you, Brenda. When you are in charge of certain things, of hosting us and giving us, making sure that we are comfortable in a place, you've taken a good breakfast, you're going to have a good lunch, you never know how you're going to move back. Things, you just speak very few things, very few words. The rest speaks. Ladies and gentlemen, our commissioner is online and he's going to address us. I want to get a heads up from the technical team. Yeah? That he's on, but I wanted to see whether he's audible enough for us to listen to him. Mr. Commissioner, Dr. Herbert, can you hear me?
Another national engagement. We have the national, I want to call it national, because we are orienting our new ministers, and we have a retreat which is very highly specific, and it was a mandatory attendance. It's coincided with this meeting, and we did not want to put it off, knowing that actually we had already postponed this meeting and didn't want to continue pushing it ahead. So thank you so much for accepting to come on this invitation. Thank you for accepting to be part of the national agenda for WASH and the National Cleaning Days agenda. We appreciate, and I'm sure they have given a background to the National Cleaning Days, or they will give you the background later. Maybe it should be in the program. We know that as a country, we are geared towards changing the current landscape. In the last few years of my presence here at the Ministry of Health, we have tried to change the narrative, and the indicators for WASH have much improved. And this is attributed not to the department, but largely to our support, to our development partners, the local governments, and all the practitioners in that space. So we want to appreciate you. Yesterday, they did present our current state of health, and sanitation has achieved a great milestone in terms of the previous indicator to date. So I want to thank you, and we shall continue to aspire, much as we see these improvements, but we still fall short of the global standard for sanitation and hygiene access. So we want to hope that we can continue to work together to improve that space. We want to thank you, OPM, and I know Honorable Kasule is in the house, for accepting to support the national coordination for the cleaning days, because first, the government leader in this whole business, but also second, you have the convening mandate, the convening rights. So when this idea came up, we thought that it was very wise to have the OPM to take a lead in ensuring that the whole of government, the whole of society approach is fully followed to the letter, so that we're able to see this whole initiative come to fruition. So I want to thank you, Honorable Kasule, and your physical presence in the room gives it another significant importance that you attach to it. So I want to thank you. So much has been done, and I'm sure, I don't know whether there is a paper that will be presented in terms of the particular milestones that we have achieved over the last couple of years. Much as today we are focusing on this town hall engagement that is largely focusing on the National Cleaning Days, but the whole thing fits within the agenda for WASH. So as a ministry, over the couple of years or months, we've had very intentional approach towards changing and ensuring that we rise the profile of environmental health. And some of the strategic level things we've been really focusing on, or have had direct stint on, are largely to do with strengthening human resources for health. So this we have achieved. When you look for the staffing at the national level, you see that our cadres, environmental cadres, have had fourfold increase. That means that we're going to have a very good spread of our staff across the entire service levels, which is a very big achievement that we've had to, to lobby and push for. The second achievement that I can speak about is the achievement of coordination. During my term, in the last 3 years, we have ensured that the mandate, which is largely cross-sectoral, the mandate of WASH is taken on from the angle of coordination. And at that, we've been able to establish a national coordination arrangement or approach with the National Steering Committee, and we do sit regularly. And this has helped us have a national collective bargain, which have made us really realize a lot of achievements. And when you look at our current NDP, we've been able to pull a lot of WASH interventions, including making WASH a standalone component, which is an effort of all the line ministries together with our partners. So for that, we want to appreciate all the people that have been involved in. There's a lot of work in policy standards, guidelines, and SOPs that has happened, again, to ensure that we enhance compliance to the national public health standards. And this is something we want to appreciate you all. The other development is around climate change. We have ensured that climate change becomes a very big agenda of our health system. And you know that we are one of the countries in the region in Africa to launch our national climate health agenda. And because of that, we've had a lot of interventions, and we are now into looking for financing to be able to increase the resilience of our health system. So that's one of the things that we've embarked on. The other aspect that we embarked on at a national level is the aspect of resource mobilization. We've had a very good agenda for this. Internally, we've had the government create almost, should I say, tenfold increase in our internally raised departmental resource, but also looking into the other projects. We've had a very, very good integration into ensuring that WASH, climate change, and other issues are fully integrated and funded. In the next round of call, which is Global Fund, Gavi, and others, we shall see a significant amount of this resource come through. And this is not only for central government, but it's for entirely local government. We negotiated, for instance, the climate change intervention to do with the solarization of our facilities. So many of you who have these solar projects, it is something we've taken on from the climate change angle. And it's not just for solar, but it's looking at the cold chain, it's looking at water systems for our facilities, and we shall continue to deliberately negotiate many of these national level projects. Now, coming to the National Cleaning Days, again, they're going to present to you their current status, but I know that a lot has been achieved. We began all this up to a level of cabinet, and cabinet approved. We have a number of circulars coming to local government from ministry, from OPM, from local government, and we finalized the implementation guide and the roadmap. Right now, what we're doing today in today's meeting is part of the country level engagement ahead of the national launch. We did not want to ambush the country, so we are taking us step by step, that by the time we get the president to launch the National Cleaning Days, we have already mobilized, engaged, and fully apprised the country of the requirement to take on this holistic whole of society, whole of government approach, such that we don't slide back once it is fully launched. So it's very fundamental. Today's meeting is very fundamental. It is very key because we are understanding this whole context, this whole initiative, with a view that once we fully launch, then we should be ready to take it on. And I think the bank in Jinja, which is a central Busoga city, we hope that it's going to represent the entire Busoga catchment. And I think the organizers, I hope that we have intentionally positioned publicity to be able to reach that whole Busoga catchment in telling the people and the population about this whole drive, such that once we start, we really move forward. And so my call this morning, my request is that we take this as a very serious engagement, because it's going to take us into that high level preparation and that high level readiness to a fully launching. Second, as we begin this, we don't have a separate resource for the National Cleaning Initiative. It's going to be one of the integrated activity in our priorities, planning, budgeting priorities, such that now whatever you do is going to be aligned towards the cleaning initiatives, and it's going to be part and parcel of our routine work. So I call upon you to take it as a very serious initiative in your day-to-day work, and to request that your leadership at the highest level within that establishment understands the concept, endorses the concept, is able to support it throughout as we implement. So I want to appreciate you. I want to hope that my being away, I should not affect anything because I'm spiritually in attendance. And I want to also appreciate those who have come to grace the meeting. We'll continue to do these rounds of town hall engagements until that time when we can fully have a country level awareness and then full-time launch, and then we load into implementation. Thank you so much. I think I don't know what I'm expected to do. Am I opening the meeting? So the meeting is formally opened. I allow you to proceed. Thank you so much. And again, you allow me not to continue online because I stepped out. I have to get back into the room. So over to you, over to you, MC.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now that you have officially opened our event, we get your blessings also from government. And in case of any questions, we shall note them down and give them to you later. We have short our time and we need to really, like our country director said, we need to get into that nitty-gritties of all of this debate. I would like to recognize again people that are supposed to give us permission to be in this city, as much as our dear town clerk gave us. But we have people that have joined us also from Ginger. And we have a mayor representative for Ginger City, Mr. Chitembo Shakira. I hope I pronounced it well. Yes, oh, she's over there. Why am I pronouncing like a man? Kitembo. Forgive me. Things of not, kabari, forgive me. No, yeah, Katende. I'd like to again recognize our RRC. I didn't mention your name, Mr. Balidawa Paul. Thank you for joining us. We have a coordinator for the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on WASH, Jackie Benin. I saw you around. Yeah, she's over there. Thank you for joining us. I know Honorable Angon will be joining us. Algon. Oh, wow. Yeah. Will be joining us shortly because he's part of us and he loves these debates. So we have our representative from head of the Prime Minister's Delivery Unit, Honorable Sebunya, to give us his remarks. Is he around? Oh, he's the head. Oh, apologies. Head of the Prime Minister's Delivery Unit, Honorable Sebunya. I know you're present. I saw you earlier on, and thank you for joining us, Ali. Please address us.
Asante sana. Yeah, that is much better vibe. Yes, good morning. Just 2 minutes to midday. But all the same, we'll accomplish what we came to do. I greet you. I bring greetings from the Prime Minister's office. And we are here on a good note. I thank Ginger. Let me stand on the protocol already observed. Because of time, I'm excited. And we as the Prime Minister's office are very excited that the stakeholders and those we preside over are very active. I'm going to read a very small statement and then make my small observations and see way forward. So Uganda's social and economic transformation depends not only on the strong institutions and economic growth, but also on the health, productivity, and well-being of its people. A clean, safe, and healthy environment is fundamental to achieving these national aspirations. Environmental sanitation, proper waste management, and good hygiene practices are therefore essential pillars for safeguarding public health, protecting our natural resources, and sustaining our inclusive development. As the Commission has said, recognizing this importance, the Cabinet, through its Minute 246, 2025 of the Cabinet meeting held at Entebbe, 11th August 2025, approved the National Cleaning Days initiative as a national program to promote collective responsibility for environmental sanitation and cleanliness across the country. So this is the whole of society activity. The initiative establishes the last Saturday of every month at 8 a.m. to 11 as dedicated time for all Ugandans to participate in this community cleaning activity. That day will be announced by the President that at every Saturday from morning to around midday we are cleaning, and we want it to be a culture, just like in other countries it is a culture. So we want you with your local governments, municipalities, cities, local councils, to everybody. At least we need a champion. If you're a school, create a prefect for cleanliness, the National Cleaning Days. If an LC, please elect somebody on that committee for National Cleaning Days to mobilize you for the cleaning and organize the community. So the National Cleaning Days initiative represents a whole of government and whole of society approach, bringing together ministries, departments, and agencies, civil society, cultural institutions, religious institutions, and all citizens in a coordinated effort to maintain clean and healthy communities. What we want is cleanliness. You know the benefits of cleanliness. The students will debate this. Through this initiative, government seeks to foster behavior change, strengthen environmental stewardship, and promote shared civic responsibilities. So we are very happy that when we were beginning the meeting, we began with our national anthem. Talked about Uganda. Then we sang the East African. Then we sang the Busoga anthem. That means now everybody is involved. And we prayed. That means even the religious leaders everywhere, churches, we must keep this initiative going. Clean where you are, plus the neighborhood. Don't clean your home and leave the roadside dirty. So this is a whole approach. If they say Iganga is very dirty, why is it dirty? The people must clean their environment. It starts from the homesteads, it will come to the shops, the roads, and the city will be clean. Iganga city, do garbage skips where people dump this. Don't just allow them to throw wherever they are. Allow them a space. At least if it accumulates there, then somebody will come for it. But otherwise, everybody must have this initiative to be clean. And we don't want to victimize any city. Regular community cleaning will contribute significantly to preventing sanitation-related diseases, reducing the burden of healthcare costs on households, and improving productivity and livelihoods. It will also strengthen the culture of community participation and reinforce the principle that maintaining a clean environment is the responsibility of every citizen. So as the Office of the Prime Minister, in line with the mandate of coordinating government business and monitoring service delivery, will provide the overall policy oversight and coordination of the initiative. We thank the Minister of Health. Please, they need a hand clap. And we thank NEMA. I've seen them on board. We thank NEMA. That is the Minister of Water and Environment. And all departments and agencies, local governments. The letter or circular from the Prime Minister came to all of you as the city. You must domesticate this activity. For you can even decide from morning to evening, the whole day you are cleaning. It's up to you. You can say we clean on Friday, we clean on Saturday. Because on Friday, that is when government offices are still working. Saturday, they are at home. So you leave the offices that day. So we clean on Friday afternoon and Saturday. You domesticate it the way you want to fit your programs. Hospitals, and how I wish this was a baraza. Minister of Health, transform this meeting to barazas now. Instead of room meetings, here people will not feel it. Create a baraza near the market. Create a baraza in a school. Create a baraza near a hospital. Such that everybody hears, even when they are in their houses, these broadcasting people, they will hear that people are talking about our dirtiness. This implementation guide, there is already a draft implementation guide that is going around. But as agencies, as cities, you can domesticate that guide to fit your own environment. This provide institutions with framework, roles and responsibilities, coordinating mechanisms and operational procedures necessary for the successful rollout and sustainability of cleaning days across Uganda. It is intended to guide all stakeholders in implementing the initiative in a structured, coordinated, and result-oriented initiative. Lastly, when even before the president announces or launches the initiative, please, municipal councils, cities, create a budget to buy implements. Let the president launch, and then you say, hey, we don't have a budget. No, create a provision for the implements, slashers, wheelbarrows, gloves, bins, dust bins, or cans, or skips, where the rubbish shall be collected and how shall be collected. When he says, go on, let the campaign begin, please, you must have implements. City councils, buy the trucks. If you don't have the trucks, please plead to your partners, development partners, NGOs, please. We want NGOs on board. This is a positive activity. We want you on board. We want us to move together. When you go to church, preach it there. Preach it there. So that people take it. Take cleanliness, as pastors say. I take it. You take the cleanness. You take the blessings of cleanliness. You understand? So this is the participation you want. Bagamba chitwale nchitutte mu linnya lya Yesu. Muchitutte mu linnya lya Yesu? Amina. So, ladies and gentlemen, I can stop here, but all is well. After being peaceful, now we want to be clean. After the security, the next thing is to be clean. Preach it on, brother. Be clean. And for me, I've added, clean where you pollute. When you make sure you have something you have thrown on the ground, clean it. You yourself clean it. Don't wait for somebody to. I went to a country where, after eating, everybody carries their plate, but not in Uganda. People just leave the plates there on the table. That shows you the first call to being clean. We have these bottle caps and everything. Well, after you have, this better give us a corner where we put all the bottles we have used for drinking water. When people go to Namugongo, who cleans? Tanzanians. Can you imagine? The Tanzanians stay behind and they clean for Ugandans after polluting. I'll tell that bishop, please don't allow Tanzanians to clean for us. After Namugongo, the next day is for us all what? To clean. When you do a wedding, these young girls and boys, put a budget for cleaning after being wedded. That is how practical we want to be. After a party, they call it what? Danke. I also studied in Busoga College, Mwiri. Hi, is that, eh? I studied in where? Busoga College. So, I am a Musoga in a way. There is a Musoga in me. Huh? So, don't cross the lawns. We knew that one right from the beginning. Don't just keep walking in the compound. You have a particular route you must pass. That was our master. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Okay, I was introduced. I'm Kasure Robert Sebinya, the head of the Prime Minister's Delivery Unit. Thank you.
I told you this, dear students, this town hall is powerful. As we talk right now, we have the Prime Minister around. So if I was you, tap into the anointing and make sure you live with the what? With the contact, because you never know your future. Your future is bright. You might be world champions in OPM in the next 4 years to come. So do not take any opportunity for granted. But I want to agree with you, Honorable, that we are not preachers of what we do when it comes to sanitation. Today I made sure that when I was coming from the breakfast place, I passed the bathroom. And I realized that, ladies, we need to check ourselves. When you wash your hands, don't pour water down. When you're going to sit, make sure you leave the seat clean for the other person. And the men, clearly, when you're standing, direct well. Yeah? Direct well. So that you consider the next user of the place. Otherwise, we shall not kill the diseases that we are trying to fight. We shall not kill these diseases. When we were coming in, I told the lady at the gate, she was putting the gun, the temperature gun. When you don't put a temperature gun next to my skin, and then you do not sanitize it. That means you're still going to transfer whatever you picked from my skin to the other skin. So certain times, it's about behavior change, our attitude. If at all we can address those issues, I think would be better where we are. We wouldn't even be having these town halls. But I agree with you that we need more of the barazas and the dialogues than having a setting like this of the hotel. Because when you're at a baraza, anyone will pass and join you and give an opinion. And I remember the permanent secretary really preached that we should have more barazas and community dialogues than having a hotel kind of setting for us to have these town halls. And we shall still find the students in their communities. We shall still find them in their schools. So without wasting time, an umbrella of all these partners on WASH called UASNET is here with us, and they're going to give us a keynote address on youth as drivers of urban cleanliness and hygiene behavior change. UASNET, the coordinator, Christopher Bukenya, please come and address us. Give him a hand clap. Address us. He looks youthful. You had to be the one to give this keynote address. And I'm very sure you're going to entice these young people to follow suit and become coordinators. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Asante sana. Dationgeza tena. Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Christopher Kenya. I am from Uganda Water and Sanitation Network, UASNET. I am here to represent Executive Director to give this keynote speech. All protocol observed. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the second Town Hall engagement on the youth debate on the National Cleaning Days and water, sanitation, and hygiene here at Alson Hotel. This edition demonstrates how collective commitment to sustaining the national cleaning sustaining the national dialogue on sanitation, hygiene, and environment cleanliness. Following successful inaugural town hall, we are meeting once again to reflect on our progress, identify lessons learned, strengthen partnership, and chart a clear path towards National Cleaning Days and enduring national movement. I wish to commend all our partners, local governments, development partners, civil society organizations, the private sector, academia, and especially you, our young people, for your commitment, for their continued commitment to promoting cleaner, healthier Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda continues to face significant sanitation and hygiene challenges. Poor solid waste management, indiscriminate disposal of waste, inadequate sanitation infrastructure, poor hygiene practices continue to contribute to outbreaks of preventable diseases such as cholera, typhoid, diarrhea diseases, intestinal worm infestation, and other environmental health hazards. These challenges demand collective action. It is for this reason that the government, under the leadership of the Office of the Prime Minister, in collaboration with the ministries, departments, and agencies, institutionalized the National Cleaning Days as a continued national initiative to improve environmental sanitation and public health. The National Cleaning Days are not simply periodic cleaning exercises. They represent a deliberate national strategy to promote cleanliness as a shared civic responsibility, foster community ownership of public spaces, strengthen collaboration across sectors and levels of government, promote behavioral change that lead to healthier communities, build national. Ladies and gentlemen, as we convene for this second edition, we must move beyond awareness to sustained action. The success of the National Cleaning Days will not be measured by the number of cleaning campaigns we organize, but the lasting behavioral change we inspire in our homes, institutions, schools, markets, and communities. A clean environment means reduced disease outbreaks, improved quality of life, lower health care costs, increased productivity, most attractive cities and municipalities, greater resilience to climate-related environmental challenges. Indeed, cleanliness is one of the most affordable and effective public health interventions available to any nation. Uganda's aspirations for socio-economic transformation, industrialization, tourism, and sustainable urbanization cannot be realized. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of today's engagement, that is clean cities, healthy lives, youth leading the green urban future, reminds us that young people, this represents an enormous opportunity. Young people possess the innovation, energy, creativity, and influence required to transform attitudes towards sanitation and environmental protection. The government therefore calls upon our youth to champion community mobilization during National Cleaning Days, develop innovative waste management and recycling solutions, harness digital technology and social media to promote cleanliness, advocate for improved sanitation services within communities, promote positive hygiene behaviors in schools, institutions and households, hold leaders and institutions accountable for maintaining clean public spaces. Your participation today is therefore not symbolic, it is essential. The ideas generated through today's town hall and youth debate should help strengthen implementation of national cleaning days across the country and contribute towards developing more innovative, inclusive, and sustainable approaches to the environmental sanitation. We look forward to practical recommendations on strengthening community ownership of national cleaning days, enhancing youth participation across all districts, leveraging innovation and technology for waste management, mobilizing schools, universities, markets, transport hubs, and workplaces, strengthening partnerships among government, local authorities, civil society, the private sector, and development partners. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reiterate that achieving a clean Uganda is a shared responsibility. The Ministry of Health alone cannot deliver this vision. Neither can local governments or any single institution. Success will require every Ugandan to embrace cleanliness as a personal responsibility and a patriotic duty. We therefore call upon local governments to strengthen waste collection systems, enforce sanitation regulations, and promote accountability. The private sector, we call upon the private sector to invest in recycling, waste recovery, sanitation enterprises, and innovation and innovative environmental technologies. We call upon the media to sustain public education, behavioral change campaigns. We call upon education institutions to nurture lifelong values of cleanliness among learners, religious leaders and religious and cultural leaders to continue mobilizing communities. We call upon every household to maintain clean homes, compounds, and neighborhoods. National Cleaning Days must evolve from government program into national culture embraced by every citizen. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this gathering today, let's reaffirm our commitment to making cleanliness part of Uganda's national identity. Let this second edition of the Town Hall engagement serve as another important milestone in strengthening National Cleaning Days initiative and accelerating our journey towards a healthier, cleaner, and more resilient Uganda. Together, let us build communities where preventable diseases are minimized, public spaces are respected, and every citizen takes pride in protecting the environment. Let every Ugandan confidently declare, my home is clean, my community is clean, my city is clean, and my Uganda is clean. I thank you for your attention, for God and my country. Thank you.
Asante sana. Yongeza tena. This is a very youthful keynote address. Thank you very much for addressing us, Iwasnet, and we hope that you can continue encouraging the youths. I pray that and request that at lunchtime, please sit with these young people and get their thoughts, because they are very big partners in Iwasnet. We shouldn't leave them out. But thank you very much, and I would like to invite, before I invite the next person, I would like to recognize our partners, the different categories of people that are here. Maybe Ginger City, you would know that as you welcomed teams, we had people that have joined us, different partners, under local government and partners, and then we have the ministries. Starting from local government, we have Ginger City. Please clap when I say Ginger City, Ginger District Local Government, Iganga District Local Government, Namutumba District Local Government, Luka District Local Government, Kamuli District Local Government. We have someone from KCCA. Yes, we have KCCA here. We appreciate you. I hope I've finished local government. If not, please tap me and I recognize you. Then we have the partners present. We have Water for People, of course, that convened us here, led by our country director. We have IRC. We have Evidence Action. We have Water Mission. We have WASNET. We have Hapwash. We have Water Aid. Take note, I'm recognizing those that are here, not the ones that are on the screen on that place. So if you haven't registered with me, please register with me. I would definitely like to recognize you. Then the ministries, we have Water and Environment. We have Health, Ministry of Health. We have Education. We have NEMA. So should I say overall government, or I should I also put you under government? Okay. Leader of government business. That is leading OPM. We have a team. We have a Honorable and we have Linda and the team that is here. Thank you very much for joining us. I'll keep recognizing anyone that comes. Please let me know. So in the spirit of integration, anything to do with cleanliness, anything to do with what we eat, what we put in our body, how we look, wherever we step, there is nutrition. For children, for mothers, for you and me, for the youths. Now that we're talking about the youths. I don't know what food the food we used to eat in school, dear students, was posho, but the color determined on where you were, which school you were. So, posho and beans, and depending on which type of beans that you are given, so the schools matter. I'm not going to say Ginger SS gave us bad beans at one point, but that they are the ones that made us who we are. That's why we can ably speak very well as a youth, and we are very, very confident. But in the spirit of integration, allow me welcome Kamara Daniel, who's going to talk to us about WASH and nutrition. Kamara Daniel, you have not less than 10 minutes. I know you're so passionate about nutrition, but please come and, sorry, not more than 10 minutes. Kamara is a very nice, he likes speaking. He's passionate about nutrition. So they are going to project your, what? Please welcome Daniel. I work with him at the Ministry of Health, and he's passionate about nutrition, but we've told him in everything, nutrition is key, including WASH. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Protocol observed. I am Kamara Daniel. And I'm so excited that we are looking at integration now and self-care. One way to say this is when we are here, and of course we are talking about hygiene or sanitation belongs to you. You can run my slides. We want to see how best nutrition can fit in these spaces. In this, you shall learn together how youth leadership is going to improve the sanitation through nutrition, food safety, and of course we shall recommend a few actions. Next slide. So nutrition is really very important for every person, just like we all went for break tea. Nutrition is an independent variable. Whether the person is learned or not, whether you thought today or didn't think, whether you showed up to work or not, you'll still be hungry. That means that food remains an independent variable for your growth, thinking, and other body processes, just like every person knows. And maybe last point, for sexual reproductive health, you know, it's where all our energy lies. Next slide. So maybe the burden of WASH and nutrition. It's very important for us to note that inadequate water and sanitation, they impact the nutrition. And it is a cascade, it is a process. You understand that most of the gastrointestinal diseases are related to poor sanitation. Imagine washing hands. Imagine forgetting to wash hands. There are many common mistakes that we ignore. According to UNICEF, we spend over 5.9 trillion, because I'm used of small money, I'm sorry. Now you see this, it is trillion, not even billion. Very important for us to note that even for children with chronic illnesses, suppose your child gets diarrhea 3 to 4 times a week, that's malnutrition. You have no control over, because of the poor food handling processes that at home, because you cannot safely dispose your garbage, because you cannot separate cooked food plus the raw food, because you forget to wash with soap, you just use water and run away, because you touch everywhere, all these come back to you. So the burden is real, and sanitation begins with you. Next slide. So this is the link. Wash prevents disease and improves nutrient absorption. You all know that if, for example, people have worms, those who have spent 3 months without actually deworming, and sometimes you go into your garden, if you go to the village, you use feet in your coffee plantation, katemwanyi terimba, buri muntu yena is going to plant coffee, and now the worms enter you, or you took half-cooked pork, because that box joint, you trust in it so much. Now the worms compete for nutrients at different sites. Now you find you are malnourished because of this. Good nutrition strengthens immunity, and sanitation and food safety improves outcomes. We all know that over 5 billion people die because of unsafe food. And you cannot, if you really non-hygienic, you forget even food. Let's go to the next slide. So these are common practices, and then example, and then problem being solved. Imagine when you are cleaning at home. Do you have a jerry can for drinking water? If you are using safe drinking water, you are boiling and filtering water before drinking. You are preventing waterborne diseases. The typhoid. Every clinic and medical center gives a diagnosis of typhoid. Because they want money. They put you on ceftriaxone for 7 days and you carry cannula to the office, and we say, oh, you are sick, sorry, we'll be sorry. But yet, typhoid, like, if you say you have typhoid, for sure you took feces, like live one, and people are happy saying I have typhoid. Don't do that. You lose credibility. We shall laugh at you and start saying, so you mean you took feces? That's not being kind, but please. The next is proper food storage. You cover the food, cover the bread. Bread just drops mold in 2 days, in 1 hour of absorbing moisture. It will have a mold. And you know what Ugandans do? Instead of disposing it off, they break the part with a mold and eat the next mold. What does that mean for you? It means the mold is already over, but with the concentration where it is, it's where the mold developed. We are fighting aflatoxins, but we are developing them at home. Because molds, they contribute to aflatoxins, especially the green mold, Now, this prevents food spoilage and food poisoning. Then diarrhea. You find sometimes you often have diarrhea that is not, that's not remarkable. Washing fruits and vegetables. Most of us take this for granted. And now we have these retail fruit owners, these vigari. They don't have water to wash the fruits. They don't have what. They look weird. Sometimes the overall, the pants, oh my goodness, the dust. You are still buying and munching from there and then. You also miss the watermelon. You want to eat it there and then. Colleagues, let's be ambassadors. The next is proper waste disposal. Most of the waste, you can't separate, the Bovera, the burnables and the ones that can decompose. You cannot do that. And of course, you want to reduce rodents. Imagine your kitchen has cockroach. Are you serious? You say you have rats. Hey, we have very many things to work around. All this is hygiene. If you are fully hygienic, you can't attract cockroaches in your house. You can't attract rodents. Imagine having rodents in your room, in your kitchen. You are preparing your fish and a rat runs over. And you run against it, it enters the cupboard, it enters the cooker, whatever it runs. All that. Using improved sanitation facilities. Let's use the toilets and the latrines very well. I am happy Marion has given us a reminder that even when you go down, please. And open defecation is still on in our local communities, in our villages. If we said we walk into the feeder roads, you don't want to walk because you know what happens. But the youth can be champions for promoting food safety. Imagine you've picked your mangoes, but they used the downstairs, or the mangoes fell down, and on the streets you've bought them. Now you need to wash them under hot water so that you can take the fiber outside. Hey, it's a wrong process to make sure food is safe. Next slide. We have to work together, friends. So common mistakes is that visiting a latrine and you ignore hand washing. You say, moreover, I didn't touch even anything, I did myself well, and then you move. That's wrong. The next is that forgetting to wash mangoes and mashing them there and then. Just say, oh, this mango looks fresh now, wait, it's just from a tree. And you don't know where it fell down. Some person used that ground for pendification. The worms are still there dancing, and you take copies into your mouth orally. The next day, you have food poisoning. The next is exposing food to dust, flies, environmental contamination. Now, buveras, I don't know, as we promote sanitation, what's the plan for buveras, given climate change is also on board? I don't know, because buveras, the street food is the biggest harbor for all this. When you see dust, flies, everywhere, there is a problem. Buying food on the street and eating without washing hands. Most street food they give you, you have to eat, Chapatis, dust, the towel, the frying pan. Don't they wash frying pans at your homes? You wash them, but on the streets, they use them for 4 years, for 5 years, until we have cross-contamination. And of course, chapat makers, most of them usually have the kafuru, but still you want to buy, you want to support them, while making Rolex. The hand towels, we don't want to speak about them, but yes. Remember, we are all towards zero hunger, but you can still be hungry when food is not safe. Remember, when it is not safe, it is not food. The next slide. I'm about to finish. So what can young people do, since you're promoting champions, ambassadors for food safety in bid for wash? It's very important for us to note that when the environment is clean, you presume food to be clean. And the environments you enter, and you're like, even if it is something, I'll eat it from here. And there are some places you visit and they're like, let's change location. 1, health youth build health communities. What we eat and how we practice hygiene today determines our future health. The next is nutrition is not only about food on the plate. It's not about that. Food has a chain. We have the food value chain. The moment one part is broken, you are not eating food. It is also about a clean water, safe preparation, good hygiene practices. Food from the garden until the consumer table has a big chain link. Anywhere it is tampered with, you are taking unsafe food. Young people are not just consumers of health messages. We are leaders who can create healthier homes, schools, and communities. A clean environment, safe water, and nutritious food are the foundation of a strong and productive generation. Colleagues, we can't live without food. Yes, you can live without a job, but the stomach will tell you. And unlike the stomach, the brain cannot remind you even if you forgot. But the stomach will remind you. To say, colleague, you're hungry. Wake up. And you start complaining. Time when it is lunch. Wash your hands, protect your food. And the future of food safety is in our hands. Good nutrition, begins for food reaches your plate. It starts with clean water, proper sanitation, and safe food handling. The next slide. So youth actions, number one, we want to rally you that Ginger has good street food. All these streets, especially when you come in the evening from 8. I've been here severally. You see lots of food. I think the next engagement should be engaging the street food vendors to ensure how food safety can contribute to the overall health and well-being. Improve accessibility to safe water in the markets, especially the vendors, the dairy markets. All these need at least water, safe water for this. If you come to Kalere, I found people washing tomatoes. I asked them, what are you using? We only use 1 jerrycan to wash the whole of these tomatoes. Improving sanitation and waste management in markets. Most markets also lack even latrines. To be frank, person works from town there, they will rush back home to use a latrine. So in short, you have to have constipation to work better. Otherwise, if you are normal, you will suffer. Want to promote nutritious food choices among urban communities because amid the surge of unsafe food. Want to empower youth and market leaders as wash leaders and give them the authority to go and command. I think the last is the last slide. Please go the last slide. Yes. So just like I've talked about them, in these we shall also be championing you to speak about food, talk about food safety, how they can handle food so that we can have a clean environment with food. Next slide. I want to thank you so much. Clean food is equivalent to self-food, is equivalent to good nutrition, and giving us a good Uganda. I want to thank you so much.
Let's give nutrition another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to stand for a second? Yeah, kindly stand up. Kindly stand up. Huh? I want every one of you to look at your tummy. Look at it. Look at it. If it's not flat, you're not safe. So I want all those of us that do not have, if you held your tummy and it's not flat, stand on one leg. One leg. If your tummy was not flat, stand on one leg. Huh? Stand on one leg. Hey, you can flex a little bit. Flex your leg, that leg, a little bit. How come I'm managing it and mine is not flat? Would you like to change on the other side as well? Uh-huh. 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 Okay. 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 Are you able to do this? You flex the leg as, yeah? Uh-huh. 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 Shigai. Okay, thank you. You can now take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get into the intellectual engine of this youth debate, I'd like to have an announcement, ladies and gentlemen. And this goes to the people from Ginger City, the Ginger City leadership, that there is information that Linda has carried from the office of the Prime Minister to you. So kindly, and you know, a lot comes from the Prime Minister's office, so do not miss it. And would you like to wave? That's the lady. So before you leave, get a hold of her, put her in a corner, fix her, squeeze her, and let her give you what it is that she's carried for you. Right? Ladies and gentlemen, we are now getting into the intellectual session. The reason why we all left our homes to come here. And this is the youth engagement, and this is the debate amongst youth. We have 4 participating teams. The very first team, without particular order, with no particular order, we have people from Makerere University Jinja campus. A round of applause. We have Makerere University School of Public Health. Now, just the way you're seated, you're going to be facing each other. You're going to be having a contest of ideas. We don't care that you all bear Makerere University in your name, so do not give each other mercy because nobody needs it. Now, this side, we have the community, the youth group from the community. And then on the other side, we have the champions of IT. We engage youth, fellow youth. Am I right to say that? Yeah, I would like to interrogate ideas, solutions. So it's not about rhetoric, it's about practical solutions. And the key question that actually we're going to be asking ourselves, just as our keynote speaker said, that we would like to ask ourselves how we would transition the National Cleaning Days as events to sustained behavior change for public health. So as you speak, we would love that you engage and you critically interrogate that question. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a contest and we will certainly have judges. And I'd like to shout out to Mr. Kirunda, who is the head judge. Could you kindly raise your hand? So that gentleman and many others in this room that you do not know, I don't want to show all of them to you. But in any case, you become last. He probably would be the reason why you became last. The head. So he will be judging us fairly, but this is what he's going to base on to judge us. Remember, you all have topics from which you've researched, but he's going to critically use the following yardstick or criterion to judge us. So he's going to look at the content mastery. He's going to see how you have mastered that content, because we gave you this topic over 2 months ago. So I'd like to see how it is that you understand this content and the strength of your arguments. How do you argue this out? And probably would like to see the innovation, the novelty in that discussion. Would like to see new things, new ideas, because a lot has been said about sanitation and hygiene in our communities, but we do not seem to see change. So I'd like to see how that comes out of you or your discussion, and how you deliver or communicate, and how you appropriately deliver this message, and how you engage as a team, because we did give this to 3 people per team. So I'd love to see that indeed each and every one of you has some content. So you'll find out how it is that actually you collaborate amongst your teams. And then, because we are building you to the future leaders, we'd like to see that professionalism come out of you. So in everything that you do, remember professionalism. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we know what it is that we would like to be doing, I would like to start off with the questions. And we're going to start with Team Makerere, the Makererians. The Makererians. And the Makererians, one team was given a topic that National Cleaning Days are sufficient to drive sustained hygiene behavior change in Uganda. Is that right? And the other team was given a topic: digital media is the most effective tool for scaling National Cleaning Days participation. Is that right? Okay, if that's right, so to the ginger team, what evidence supports the claim that National Cleaning Days alone can sustain long-term hygiene behavior change beyond the events?
Good morning, everyone. Chirabo Joel, representing Makerere University Ginger. Concerning the question as to whether National Cleaning Days can influence sustained behavioral change, I think we do not need to go far. Like the previous speakers mentioned, we have models that have worked in countries like Rwanda. We have models that have worked in countries like Japan, South Korea, Estonia, okay? So in places like Rwanda, cleaning days, okay, have translated into long-term behavior change, because we must understand that our resolution is measuring on one thing, in that you have a cleaning day, but the result of that cleaning day is that you must result in the change of behavior, okay? So the model in Rwanda speaks to the success of this initiative. Yes.
Well, fantastic. So why do you think that has not worked in Uganda? Somebody came in and told us about the story of the Kavera. Why do you think we are not as behaved even when we are probably the most educated nation?
So now we have to compare the Rwanda model to the Uganda model, okay? First of all, we have to clearly emphasize that we do not have a national cleaning law, okay, like they do in Rwanda, okay? So perhaps we may not expect to have the same level of results as they do, okay? But still, to answer that question as well, if I'm to investigate the Kavera ban, because I read about it, the Kavera ban in Uganda does not entirely ban the use of buveras. The Kavera ban in Uganda only bans the importation of buveras below 30 microns, okay? So it means if a manufacturer can work their way around that and they are manufacturing plastic bags which are above 30 microns, then it is obvious that we're still going to have plastic bags circulating in the country, okay? Then to the model as well, the community element is very important, okay? When you go to Rwanda, the implementation does not start from the national level, okay? The problem with Uganda is that implementation has been siloed, okay? Let's say, for example, you'll have the UPDF do Tarehe Sita, and that's the UPDF alone. But Rwanda, it is being done as a community, so that speaks to the success of them. At a bottom-up approach instead of a top-down approach.
Fantastic. Let's see what the ladies have to say. Could you give the mic to the lady? Now, I would like to see the ladies' perspective, and I want to see the role of the women in fostering habit formation for behavior transformation.
I think the role of the women basically is, as we grow up, we're being nurtured by the ladies, who we call our mothers. So as we grow up, we're being nurtured by the ladies we call our mothers. So if we grow up, and as from childhood, like I think my fellow colleague had said that in Uganda, the issue is that it's starting from top to bottom, and not from like from the bottom to up. If we're growing up with a parent who's consistently telling their children that you're not supposed to litter here, you're not supposed to take that water tap, that's not good water for you to take, you're not supposed to just throw rubbish wherever you go, if you're done eating, pick your plate, take it and wash it. Like those small hygienes, consistently, when a child is hearing it from childhood, they're going to groom them into people who can build, who can be able to lead nation, be able to lead the country, and be able to lead other fellow people, even their fellow young people at their age bracket, and be able to have, to be able to just advocate for the sustainability, for hygiene, for cleanness in the community, also basically to each, like if we are enforcing it as women or as mothers in the society, it's going to groom the children, it's going to groom people, because people in the community, it's going to groom young people, because also that women come with a lot of force and energy. They groom us, they nurture everyone in the community. So if everyone is groomed and nurtured in a way and in thoughts of, you know, this is how we're supposed to live, this is how our community is supposed to be kept clean, and this is how we're supposed to do this and this. On this National Cleaning Day, everyone is supposed to go. You might find most cases that the mothers will be more followed in a community or in a household than the fathers, because they spend more time with their children, they spend more time with their people. So that's going to help them be able to advise them, make better decisions at the end of the day, to be able to keep the environment clean. As a sustainable thing, of course, by the time a person is growing up to an age of like 20, 25, 30 to go, they will have it in their brain and they will know it. They have grown up knowing that I have to keep my environment clean. So I think the ladies' role in this is actually very strong and very, very something we need to embark on.
Okay, and the judges are hearing. So let's give the mic to the last guy and let's see how can behavior change truly be sustained, or can behavior change truly be sustained merely by the National Cleaning Days?
Thank you.
If yes, how?
Thank you
if
very
no,
much.
Why?
Thank you very much. Behavior change, of course, from the motion, I understand and believe that it can be changed. How is by bringing cultural institutions on board. We've seen kingdoms run these cleaning days on their own. For example, Toro Kingdom. I'm a Mtoro myself. I traveled back to Toro just to engage in this activity. And it was themed Baragamba Kiki, which means what will people say when they see my Toro is not clean? So if we bring these cultural institutions on board, like the Uganda Kingdom, also ran theirs, the Teso Kingdom, Busoga Kingdom, if we bring them on board, because I believe Ugandans are more attached to these institutions than the government. If we get this off away from only government to these institutions, people will engage in it, and of course, we shall achieve behavior change.
Cool. Give me the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, are you having fun? Are we generating ideas? Let's give it to the digital guys, and let's see. I'll be coming back to you shortly. We have the digital guys from the School of Public Health. And your question is, why do you consider digital media superior to traditional community mobilization in scaling participation in the National Cleaning Days?
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Butanda Abdurrahim from the Maite Makere School of Public Health. Digital media in scaling National Cleaning Days is superior. One, because of the reach, digital media can reach out to millions of people in a short period of time. Thus, that leads me to my second point, the speed. A hashtag on X or on TikTok can move faster compared to a parish chief or a sanitation scout in a very short period, and will reach out to many people. I'll look at the cost. With 100 MBs, I can record a TikTok on National Cleaning Days, and it moves, which would require, which would incur more costs in the traditional means. You will need to recruit more people to drive the agenda. I think I'll end at that. Thank you.
Okay, give it the lady then next to you. And I'd like to find out from the lady, how do you address rural populations with limited digital access in your digital media strategy?
For the people in rural areas, we are not saying that we are replacing the traditional means, but we are saying, because the motion is digital media is the most effective tool, which means we are introducing digital media to the rural areas in addition to the already existing systems. It is only most effective in that you have to understand what is digital media. Digital media is not limited to smartphones, which is a great misconception. It includes the SMSs and the USSD codes, which many of us use and are accessible to people in rural areas. In Uganda right now, we have over 45 million people who have SIM cards, and SIM cards are, the use of SIM cards is registered under the use of digital media. So by sending even a mere text message to a person in a rural area, because they have phones and not necessarily smartphones, that is digital media reaching to the people in rural areas as far as the National Cleaning Days are concerned.
Fantastic. Would you like to bring in the guy at the back? And I would like to see what indicators would you use to measure sustained hygiene behavior change in the digital space?
Thank you so much. The indicators I would use, very, very, very good. They said it's upscaling. Upscaling, there is a measurement of improvement and scaling. You cannot measure how many people participated in a particular event using the cultural methods that we had. You cannot have a baraza and then you count all the people that participated. But if I have a trend of National Cleaning Days on TikTok, I can know how many people participated, how many people followed, how many people liked, how many people really participated in this thing all over the country, and I can easily account for this activity.
Okay.
Yep.
The judge has listened, so we will see. This is your final question before we get to the other teams. And the issue is, if participation drops when enforcement or mobilization is removed, can we still call National Cleaning Days sufficient?
Could you please repeat the question?
If participation drops when enforcement or mobilization is removed, would it be right to say that the National Cleaning Days are sufficient?
If participation drops, if enforcement or mobilization is removed, would we still say that National Cleaning Days are sufficient? Okay. So firstly, it's important for us to define what these National Cleaning Days are, both in the definition in what they do, but also in the scope of what happens. Okay. If, for example, we are defining a National Cleaning Day descriptively, okay, that let's say before a cleaning day happens, there is going to be a campaign, okay? Let's say the Kabaka is going to give a speech to that effect, okay? Let's say the King of Toro is going to give a speech to that effect, okay? So the measurement here would be people not participating. Does that translate to the fact that behavior has not changed? That is the question that you're asking, okay? Can we say, because today was supposed to be a cleaning Saturday and people did not come, that the National Cleaning Day has failed to achieve what it should be? But imagine a situation where, for example, that is actually the answer to prove that the cleaning days have been sufficient. Why would I say so? Imagine a situation where there is no need for many people to clean because the cleaning days have been so successful that would not have a lot of rubbish, a lot of bushes, a lot of trash. So therefore you won't need people to come and participate as there were many at the beginning because the cleaning days have been successful. So the reduction in number is actually a testament to prove that they have been successful on their own and people have changed behavior. They're no longer throwing trash anywhere. They're no longer dumping rubbish anywhere. So definitely yes.
Fantastic. So let's give that to the lady, and I would like to ask that what lessons can be drawn from past health or hygiene campaigns, especially in the context of COVID-19 and
I think one of the lessons that has been drawn is engagement of the youth and other stakeholders in the community. Because you might find that before COVID-19, you might find that the government was not involving so much of the youth, let's say, to reach other fellow young people, was not involving so much of the community. Let's say community leaders like the LC, the chairman, was not involving them to be able to impact the other people in the community, was not evolving, like it was working single-handedly as a government to be able to bring that change to the community. But now what the government has learned after, one of the lessons they've learned after COVID-19 is that they should involve every stakeholder in the society to be able to reach other people in the society, because you will not reach the young person if you're not interacting with a young person. You're not going to reach an older person if you're not interacting with an older person. You're not going to reach a child if you're not interacting with a child. Children will know where their people play from. Like if you go home and ask your child, one of the child is missing, they will say, we saw them playing from the other side. So they will take you to the place where they were playing from. But the government has learned that they need to focus their engagement and involvement of the people in the community to be able to achieve the impact they want to achieve. I think one of the lessons is that, and the other lesson is the government has actually learned the use of social media, I can say, because recently, and also digital tools basically, to be able to have the impact they want to have in the community on this thing. Thank you very much.
Give the mic to the last guy, and I would like to ask him, if you had to draft a message to promote National Cleaning Days, how would that sound?
Okay. One, I'll start with the theme for the activity, and the theme will be clean the pearl. A cleaner pearl, my pride. That will be the theme. And I will still go on to further explain it and let people know that, of course, cleaning the country or cleaning Uganda or eradicating trash blindness helps everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's get the digital guys with probably another last round of the questions. And I will be engaging the audience as well. You have a right or you have a duty to ask a few questions, 2 questions from the audience for every team. So keep thinking through those questions that you're going to ask these teams in line with the theme. Okay, and the question goes for the digital guys. Digital media may increase awareness, but does awareness necessarily?
Thank you very much for that question. Much as we are looking at digital media as an awareness tool, we are looking at it in a way of scaling. We are not saying that digital media will be the one to do the work, but we are saying it would speed up the work. It will pull bigger populations for the work. That if a national cleaning day, for example, in Bushenyi recently, I was checking on X, they had a national cleaning day, but the only people that were cleaning were people in the office, you know. The pictures depict people in an office living out the community. We are saying, much as the digital media will not do the work, but it is the best way to pull populations. Because why? Awareness is the best way of calling for people, you know. If I reach out to 19,000 people and 7,000 turn up, that's a good achievement through media. But if I can only reach out to 50 people and only 7 turn up, you know, then not achieving what I want, you know. That's why we stand strong and say digital media is the best way of upscaling National Cleaning Days. Thank you.
Looks like your colleague wants to chip in.
Yes, and in addition to that, the digital media tools, and in as much as they spearhead awareness, they also carry other factors. For example, accountability for the National Cleaning Day process. So we can have Let me give an example of a way of accountability, the geo photos, where if we have a cleaning day in Ginger City, we have photos that are tagged with a location of where the cleaning happened. So it helps us to do accountability. And with accountability, when we have accountability, we go back to the drawing board and we look for a way of how to engage people better, still using the digital media tools. There are also other digital media tools that can help us. For example, we can have, if we have a cleaning day, Saturday in Ginger City, we can look at the engagement on social media. As the question earlier asked showed, that the engagement on social media may not directly translate to the participation of people. But when you gauge the engagements on social media, say that engagements are high, you're going to sit down and ask yourself, okay, we have very many people engaging on our social media as far as the National Cleaning Days are concerned. How come we have few people on ground? And then that helps you to calibrate the National Cleaning Day system, and you have more people come on board.
Cool. Let's get the guy at the back, and I would like to ask, how do socio-economic inequalities in Uganda affect both physical participation and digital engagement?
Thank you for the question. Yesterday, a report was released reclining back the country to the low-income status. Even when we say there is a divide or there is a difference in the social status, in the socio-economic status of the different parts of the country, we have seen that even those that are way better than the others are still having the same problem. So it's not just about the difference; it's about this the behaviors of the residents of the country. It's often misconcepted that when you have the money, you shall be clean, but it's not often the result. I have visited Nakasero and I've seen litter on the roads. I've visited Kololo and it's the same thing. I visited downtown, same thing. So it's not a problem of the difference in the social economic status. It's the behavior. How we adopt behavior is how we are. The schools that we go in, the different schools, not just the primary or secondary, but the schools that we are having at home. If we have misinformed people, we shall have the same trend in behaviors, and we shall go nowhere with cleaning the nation.
Cool.
Yeah.
Give the lady, and this is probably going to be the last question from me. We are streaming live as we speak, and that's digital media in action. If you were asked to draft or craft a viral hashtag to drive this crazy, what would that read like?
If I was asked to drive a hashtag that would go viral, I think I would say something like, hashtag a clean Uganda now.
Wow, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is now my time to bring you guys, the audience, to engage in this debate and probably drive those questions so that we see what responses the young people have.
Yes, thank you to our youthful teams, the universities. I'm sorry I was in and out, but when I came in, something just came direct to me when the topic was about digital media. Now, when we talk about digital media, I want to understand what exactly you mean. Are we speaking about media in general, or specifically digital media for National Cleaning Days? Because I would think that we make it broader to media, because when we look at the rural environments where we have the most vulnerable populations who apparently do not have access to digital media, they would prefer the other channels of media, for instance, megaphones, the drums, that kind of thing. You know those megaphones where in the morning the LCs go and say, "Banange ono yafuddoli yakoze atya," those kinds of things. So why don't we use, because when we are talking, we need to also target our vulnerable populations, because the head of state is mainly looking at those who are helpless. Not that they are helpless, but those who are vulnerable. You know, that is when he'll be satisfied and say, yes, now we are looking at everyone. We don't want to leave anybody behind as one of the SDG targets. Thank you.
Anybody wants to ask another question? I would like to take all the questions so that we can have the responses probably at once. Let's start here. Here. Oh, I'll be back to you. Let me first have this.
Thank you very much. I am so impressed about the knowledge that our students have when it comes to sanitation. And I like that you want to take lead in the digital world, which is where we are headed anyway. And that is where we were. But I wanted to ask you a question. In school, I know you can't access your phones, right? Do you have phones in school right now? Oh, university. Oh, sorry. So, in the university where you now you have access to digital and you can text, you can call, you can, like you said, hashtag. I wanted to find out, how would you have a digital, how do you call it? How would you run a digital campaign in the university online without using the lab, the computer lab or computer, what's it called it? Where you guys have a computer lab, right? But you don't have to be in the computer lab. But through your phones, have a dialogue. You know, create like a dialogue, or create like a way that you can lead a campaign digitally. I wanted to know an idea. What idea can you come up with so that you avoid saying that, you guys, you have to go and use the computers, we have to go on email. But now that you have access and you have everything on your phone, how would you create a campaign on sanitation, a campaign on National Cleaning Days, and then you start with the cleaning days in the institution or in the university?
All right, thank you. I will give questions to both groups. I want them to design for me. This group should design one message which is touching on the youth. If you are calling on the youth to participate in National Cleaning Days, what would be the message that will catch the youth? Both groups, you design a message that can be able to help us in mobilizing the youth nationally. Not here in Jinja alone or Busoga region, but globally. In the end, I want to conclude my statement as saying, they say cleanliness is next to godliness. So as the youth, I think that should be the tagline. Am I cheating for you? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. I saw a few hands at the back as well. Let me start from the very end, and then I keep coming back.
Thank you, sir. I'm very happy with the motion that is happening. My name is Ngowi Ibrahim. I'm the youth lead chairperson of Jinja City. I've heard about the debate and the methods they've been talking about, but I would want to throw in something small, because when you look at the youth, I think we are different categories. They may categorize them into 2 or 3. We have those that are in school, and then we have those that have dropped out, those that are not going to school, and then we have those that are in the working environment right now. But from experience, we have what we call the youth structures. We've been talking about the digital campaign, but looking at Jinja City in particular, if you want to get out to the youth very fast and very quick, I'm very sure the hashtag will not help you. But with the structures that we've put in place, for example, the youth leads in various districts and then the youth councils, if you asked me for 1,000 youths in Jinja City right now, In Ginger City, we have 26 parishes. I'll have to make 26 calls. Those are 26 chairpersons. And then those 26 chairpersons will have to also make extra calls to the various structures that we have up to the ground, up the cell level, so that we can easily gather those youths together. So I think as we are talking about the cleanliness, the national cleanliness, we should also look at those structures and how to use them to be able to send this message down to the ground.
Thank you. That was a great comment. Did you have a hand? But you have one, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Loisa Humza, and I'm from Cavendish University doing environmental health science, currently doing internship in Ministry of Health. To the digital media side, I'll start by highlighting the advantages, then it's where my question will be generated from. We realized that with community engagement or involvement, it builds trust and ownership. The people own the activity and they are able to take part even without forcing them or calling them. Also, it allows discussions, demonstrations, and they are able to air out the local problems. And also, it reaches out to people who may not use the digital platforms. So here is my question. How can you create ownership and same level of trust as to face-to-face engagement? Because when using digital, you're on TikTok, yes. Like right now, we realize we are having this engagement, but I can assure you that people who are present right now are well focused and paying attention. And people who are online, they may not even get concerned on what is going on. So how can you create ownership and same level of that trust as the face-to-face engagement? Then when I go to the side of the National Cleaning Days, I want to know, after carrying out these cleaning days, the National Cleaning Days, you have championed them and people have come up and participated. Most probably they are expecting some rewards or awards. So my question is, who takes responsibility for maintaining cleanliness after these cleaning days? And also give me evidence that shows that these days have resulted in sustained environmental health improvement beyond the cleaning day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Hamimu Masudi. I work with Water Aid Uganda. I just wanted to ask the team about the behaviors that have changed, but they have not resulted in cleanliness. The behaviors have changed, but we still have trash on the streets. What strategies would you come up with so that we have the clean communities and the goals that we want to achieve in this campaign? Thank you.
I like the way it's getting hotter. Is everyone excited as myself? Let me get to the other side of the room. Oh, okay. Why not?
Thank you so much. I'm Karim Webazamluya from Iganga. I have one concern, because whatever has been aired, I think it has been tried. That's what I can say. And I was looking at how we can afford to have some of these interventions which have been mentioned. And that takes us now to available resources. Yeah, I want to understand how we can look at the locally available resources to see that there is affordability, for example, when it comes to whatever intervention we are coming across. Let's give an example. They mentioned about the number of people who are having SIM cards. And I was looking at what's the population of the youths. What's the population? Are they all having these gadgets such that they're able to access the information we want to give them? If I looked at the rural setting, can these people be in position, for example, to access internet? Can they be in position, for example, if they wanted to charge these gadgets? We have seen households without electricity. They are there. So want to see how locally can we make the information we are thinking about get to these people. Let me give an example. We have the community audio towers. Have we thought about it? If we were to record messages, for example, and I know every trading center should be having these community audio towers. Have we thought, the Ginger colleague talked about the local structures. These are local available resources we are not tapping. We have secretary for information on a local council. How have we exploited those people? We haven't taken advantage of them. Let me give an example. Have we ever thought of these people maybe carrying a chizindalo on their bicycles, moving around the village, giving information or mobilizing people to take up the information? That's very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Remember, we said practical solutions. We would like to interrogate practical solutions. We would like to see novelty. We would like to see those new approaches, because the what is known. Oh, you want me to come back there? I will. The what is known. So we'd like to get to the how. You know, how do we get this tapped into?
Thank you, MC, and thank you to the youth. You have really challenged some of us. Personally, when I look at you, I see very young kids, and then the information that was coming from you was so mature, way above your age. And to that, I say kudos. I would like you to give us some takeaways from the entire debate, such that when we go, we know, okay, the youth put this, and so these are their keys that we can take forward. But when I look at the issue of digital, you call it what? Digital media. Yeah, digital media is growing very fast in our country. But how ready are we to embrace it? Because when you are talking about it, it's like a rosy picture that has come to break all the barriers that we have been battling with since. But then I also know misinformation is a very big thing. And then in Uganda, we tend to be misusing digital media. You have seen people, you know, you see yourself, tomorrow you have a white head, the other day you have this. So how do we embrace digital media, and what ethical concerns do we have to look at as we are embracing digital media? I've already mentioned some, but what are the barriers that we have to be cautious of as we are taking on digital media, and what are the risks to consider such that we embrace it? And then at what stage do you bring in the indigenous and endogenous knowledge or source of information in breaking the barriers to behavior change? Because I am bringing this, I see like we've been in a couple of campaigns, but you find that after you've gone to clean and talk to people, the following day they sit. And when you are cleaning, even some of them hide in their houses. So you as the youth, you need to give us some strong and straightforward points with your boiling brains, how we can go about all this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you that we have another round of debate. So I would like that we keep, yes, for the other two groups. Yes, I would like that we make our questions simple, precise, and short, okay? And I think I will have you, him, and the ladies on the other side, and then we will close the questions.
Mine is on. Thank you so much, moderator, and thank you, the youth groups, for your insightful contributions. I would like to hear from the two groups how you can position yourselves as youth in the enforcement agenda for cleaning our environment. What kind of innovations can you come up with as youth to involve yourselves in the enforcement of cleaning our communities? And how can we leverage digital solutions in that regard? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the good presentation. Mine is about science in action, because I am a person who loves social media, but action is really on ground. Biraramuko. So I want how best can we translate the digital into the physical action here in Uganda, especially using the young people. We've ever called people Gwanga Muje, ya health, social media people. At the ministry, we even put the things. I think Jolene remembers that day. And people didn't show up. But we had over 500 views and like 50 comments. What does that mean to you? So, how best can we translate this? Thank you.
Youth, as you plan to respond, these questions are going to all teams. So do not only restrict these responses to the people that have, presented prior, because you could have particular and well-informed ideas that could help us to get this sorted.
Thank you so much, MC. Nakalema Susan is my name. I'm an assistant DHO in charge of environmental health, Namtumba district. I'm so excited to see youths coming on board in the hygiene sector to make Uganda clean. It's really amazing, and we are so happy as hygienists in Uganda. As one of the participants has highlighted, that wherever you're discussing, we've done it. And everyone is coming, behavior change. So, what is wrong with behavior change? Is it that people are adamant and the communities are aware that this is rubbish and they are aware that we are supposed to put it in a special place? Why is the country still littering? And the unfortunate bit is that the land people are the ones who are what? Littering, than those vulnerable people, as they were termed. Because I have happened to work in urban and what? Rural areas. When you go to those villages, you find people have a bit of organized system. They have their rubbish pits. You rarely meet the rubbish in their compounds. But as we are moving in our vehicles here, the land ones, the so-called land people, we are throwing all littering garbage everywhere. So is the problem the behavior change? Is it the law that is having a gap? Or is it the mindset of a human being? And then we are looking at sustaining National Cleaning Days, yes. As we sustain National Cleaning Days, what is the end goal of the cleaning what? Days. I happen to give a scenario. You go and do a cleaning day or sanitation week, wherever, but it involves cleaning what? the communities. After cleaning the communities, what happens? The rubbish is collected and is left in those communities. So have we cleaned the community or not at the end of the day? So as the youths are coming in, what are the better ways that or innovations that are coming in, that as we are cleaning, we are doing a whole package of cleaning Uganda? As we are planning to do the National Cleaning Days, where are we putting the rubbish at the end of the what? The day. What is happening? Are we recycling it? Are we just disposing it off? But even where are the disposable sites, the final disposable sites of this rubbish that we are, so that we remain with a clean what? Uganda. So, to me, I would also want to see how you come up with that. What innovations are you bringing on board? And we are lucky Uganda has the majority of the population are what? Youths. And majority of them are the ones who are initiating the what? The dirtiness of the country. So, this is our goal and this is our vision to make sure that our country is what? Is clean. But can we come up with better other than, because behavior change, I know people have, so, but what is the problem? What is the main? So I'm not in on the behavior change, really. Something's not adding up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, kindly help me pass the mic. Let's keep it short, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, thank you.
That's the last question before we get the responses.
Okay, my name is Jackie Binen from Parliament and the WASH Forum. I would like to, first of all, appreciate the initiatives by the youth on National Cleaning Days. But I would like to take it on from the aspect of responsiveness. The previous speaker has spoken that about the behavior change, and she's not so comfortable that that could be the problem. But I believe, and I know Ugandans were very stubborn. When the law spoke about us putting bins in our cars, I think it ended, and that's why she's saying you still see people in cars littering. Now, I would like to see if the youth are very innovative. So I'm thinking if we could tag something fun on those cleaning days that would attract people to come and clean. I think the youth can innovate something, shape up something that can make that day a fun-filled day. Thank you.
Friends, remember that the next set of debates has motions to do with youth-led innovations, and also we have something to do with enforcement. So I would love that probably some of those questions get to come in at that level, and that's why I don't want to preempt everything here. Looks like we're getting into, but anyhow, if you're gonna make that different from what has already been asked, and in less than a minute, kindly go ahead, and then looks like this guy will murder me if I don't give him a chance. You bring the mic here as well.
Okay, so thank you very much. My name is Gloria Mirembe, and I work with KCCA. So being a team that goes out to communities to clean every weekend, I think my question is going to be around, we go out as a team from KCCA, we have our partners, we also have youth from Fandu that come to give us the support. Then we go to these communities, and our intention is to have these, the people in the communities do the actual cleaning themselves. But at the end of the day, you find that we have left our homes and come. I stay in Wakiso. I live Wakiso, I come somewhere in Kasokoso, and I am cleaning someone's home as they lock up and hide inside their houses. So, for sustainability purposes, I am happy that we have the youth involved, so that is mentorship. They will share the same sentiments as they grow up and take up what we're already doing. But then secondly, how do we get this targeted population of these communities to actually do the cleaning themselves? Then our responsibility then comes in to ensure that other part of the chain, yes, they have cleaned up, the garbage is in the communities, how are we picking it up and putting it in the right designated places?
Thank you very much. So as we are thinking digital media and the like, can we also think about targeting audiences? Because I can have the views on X and TikTok, but maybe the views is by the wrong communities. So how are the views and all these digital media targeting the right population so that we have the communities themselves doing the cleanups without us leaving our homes to come and clean for them, even before we even clean where we are coming from? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pass that mic to the gentleman over there. And before we proceed, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to let us know that we have the mayor of Ginger City in our midst. Could you give him a round of applause and welcome? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Mine is not a question, but just requests to the youth. Thank you very much for the great work you're doing. Two quick things. Can we see the youth acting as role models in your former schools? Can we do something in our former schools? If you started in Nairobi, like my brother here, can we go back and do something? Then the other one is, again, to request you to go back where you come from and act as role models. Can we influence our communities where we come from? Because we may seem to be very serious here, but when we go back to Lawandala, or somewhere in the Namwez, things are different. Can we act as role models as youth? Thank you very much. I'm Birunyi Musa from Ministry of Education and Sports.
Okay, last question here, and then we will get the responses.
Thank you so much. Moses Changwa, CEO of Busoga Health Forum. So exciting that the youth are taking us into this. There are a number of observations that I have seen. One, youth don't trust fellow youth. When it comes to serious business, sometimes they run to old people. Say, don't give our money to so and so, give to that muzei. Or give this to so and so. And how can this engagement help us to harmonize this relationship that now youth can start trusting fellow youth for serious work? But also there is an issue which might be a stereotype that youth are always violent. So when it comes to sectors like religious groups, cultural leaders, you find that they are not easily given that blanket trust because they say youth are violent. So how can we use this to remove all this chaos that we have and these wrong observations that have come to our society? And yet the youth have a lot of power and they can do better things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to correct that the mayor is from the 1000 division of Ginger City. So the Lord Mayor is on their way. Kindly, last question, and then we will have the youth answer.
Thank you so much. I'm Bagole Joshua. I'm the representative of workers of this mighty city. First of all, I welcome all of you who have really come in regard to what we are here. For the interest of time, I will be a little bit precise and laconic. I have only two concerns. One is about the mindset change. My sister here talked about so many things and I liked it from the KCCA, but of course, there are things that we need to do in order to move on. One, in areas of local government, of course, we as the government of Uganda and as the Ginger State Council, I would say, we have the CDOs and we have the chief and the president of the villages. You know, it becomes very difficult, especially when it comes to information flow. The sister from the digital world media said it, but of course, what is lacking is like those days before, we used to say the chairman of LSO1 would even call the village and they will initialize it. But these days, people have no passion and people have no solidarity. how I wish we could engage the structure of the local government itself, of course, and influence the community. When we talk about sanitation and the members are not really in support, we need to do that. The chairperson is the president of the villages would be the best people to use in order to reach out the homestead. I beg to submit.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's get to the youth to give us those responses. This was supposed to be for the youth, but looks like the elders have again taken over and giving the solutions themselves. I hope this will not happen in the next round of debate. Yeah? I would like that you refine those ideas that the youth are giving us rather than giving them the responses. Okay? Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon once again. A couple of questions came through. We're not sure if we managed to write all of them, but what we have noted down will respond. Okay. Oh, I was saying that what we managed to write about will respond accordingly. Okay. So there was a question concerning after carrying out the cleaning days, who takes the responsibility after? Okay. Now, I remember during our submission, we mentioned that days where these cleaning days have to be looked at, okay? When we are defining a cleaning day, okay, we are not looking at it as the period between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m., okay? We're looking at it in the whole context of everything to do with cleaning. Therefore, you're talking about the campaigns, okay? But also you're talking about the activities that happen during that cleaning day itself. Probably you're going to have some sensitization, okay? In Rwanda, after that, they have, they even construct classrooms, you know, for schools. I remember a gentleman was asking a question concerning resources. Probably I can answer this at the same time. In that, when cleaning days become well implemented, you are actually solving both solutions. The cleaning day should not be something that worries us, that we need resources. The Rwanda model, for example, their ministry says that the cleaning day saves the Rwandan government about $15 million every year. Okay? The amount of money that would have taken for government to get people, get trucks installed by the cleaning day itself. But this is our philosophy. This is how we see it. The same way if you are in a boarding school and you lay your bed and someone comes and steps on it, okay? It's the same way you're going to feel after you have cleaned your compound, okay? And someone is going to come and what? And litter it, okay? And then also something that we should understand as stakeholders. I don't know if any of us here has heard of the concept of Youth Participatory Action Research, WIPA. It's a new paradigm in research. That is what people are trying to bring in universities. But one of the core tenets of youth participatory research is that, number one, the youth, or in this case we can say the community, is the source of knowledge. Okay? Most of the time, and in conversations like this, we want to go and sensitize the community. Okay? But the community knows some things more than we do. Okay? There's some things the community knows more than we do. Okay? So if community can be stakeholders, direct like we are doing today, like the youths are contributing to creating this body of knowledge, it creates a certain sense of ownership, okay? So who is responsible after the cleaning days have ended? The community is responsible, okay? Because there you have made them a stakeholder. Then there was a question, yes, how youths can be positioned as enforcement agents. There's a statement that Elon Musk always uses. I'm going to paraphrase it. It's actions explain incentives. Okay? If we are to do enforcement, we always should not think of it in terms of being crude, you know, beating people because they stayed at home, but we have to put about some incentives. Okay? for example, maybe people who have cleaned are going to be recognized a certain way, okay? Maybe, for example, if you are to run for a political office on that village, okay, there should be some track record that you what? That you demonstrate, okay? I've participated in these cleaning campaigns, and, you know, fellowships do this, you know, like if you're to apply, let's say, to represent Amazon at your campus, you're going to be a Visionaries Fellow, you always have a proof of community work, okay? So incentives explain what? Outcomes, eh? There has to be these incentives, eh? And then also they were talking about how best to translate digital media into results, okay? Digital media is not operating in a vacuum. I'll give you an example, okay? If, for example, this is just hypothetical, eh? If, for example, at Makerere University, we have our vice chancellor waking up every day and is speaking rubbish and is not explaining anything. He wakes up, he picks rubbish, he goes to his office. He wakes up, he picks rubbish, he goes to his office. And at the end of that week, we have a what? A campaign. It's going to be more effective, but also as a nation, we've not been very good on the storytelling aspect, especially as a government. Government is not very good at storytelling. When you compare it, let's say, with the private companies, let's say like MTN, they can have free of fire, you know? MultiChoice can have Lumba. So our messages as government usually come off as, you know, okay, they make sense to us, but they don't make sense to the people, what? Down there. Yes, I don't know if my colleagues are interested in answering some other questions.
Thank you very much. On the question, I'm going to join two questions. That is the behavior change and the innovations that are on board, or innovations that maybe we can come up with that can help the youth engage into these activities. Okay, like if we innovate, of course, the youth will jump on this, and of course, we shall be changing something. For example, at Makerere, there's an app that is running right now that is Your Waste. This app is meant to link to, it's meant to link citizens to waste or garbage collecting companies. You open the app, log in, and then it links you to the people or the companies around Kampala that collect garbage. So actually, if you're using these media groups, or if you're using these apps to do this, it helps us at least to ease access to these companies. This also, actually the other thing is how to make it more fun and how to bring youth more on board is, one, I would suggest we design an app whereby before every cleaning day, at least we have a week of running a game, and in this game we are playing something that is we play it on a game but in real sense, because I've seen myself, I've watched movies, I've played these games of people fighting, and I've tried these tactics on my colleagues. Though I don't know whether I've won. But if we design this app and then we mark out the most affected areas in the communities, and then we show people that cleaning these things help us, and then leaving rubbish behind before going to the next level means that you're not going to earn more marks. If you get the youth to do this, like to play this game on a daily basis, or have them play this game, that will help us change their mindset or their behavior towards rubbish. And then also the other thing is we can also design another app, or we can come up with an app whereby if we are to hold a national cleaning day on every last Saturday of the month, we take at least 3 to 4 days and run a campaign whereby someone takes a pic of themselves cleaning, someone takes a pic of themselves doing something, and upload it. Then the best pick, or someone who we feel like has done the most, or the judges feel like have done the most, takes a prize. And then also, away from that, the National Cleaning Days is not only just a single day. So we can have campaigns run, as I've told you before, like in these cultural institutions. We have Toro, Batoro cleaning Toro, Baganda cleaning Buganda. We have Busoga cleaning Busoga. And then later on, we rank the best region. As we've had, someone said that in the worst district in terms of cleanliness is in Busoga, and that is Iganga. So I'm just quoting, as alleged, as we had here. So, but if we have these regions clean this, and we have the kings and the chiefs and everyone come on board, and then the schools, and then we also get at least a single day of all the months, at least we get 1 month, or at least in that month, the cleaning day becomes a public holiday, whereby everyone is now going to engage. Because now we've had cases of like, you're calling for people to clean, and yet private institutions are calling people to work. So how will I come to clean when I'm supposed to be working? Also, spare time for these institutions, spare time for these people to go through all these activities. Thank you very much. There are still more questions. Of course, we shall be responding to them.
The last one. I think we'll just go with the last one, which was, I think someone asked for us to draft a message or something. So that would be our last question. So our message, particularly for us, we chose to mix the, let's say, language to attract the people out there. And if you say to attract the youth, so our message would be yingire gali y'abayonjo bera gumite. And then you would add his hashtag of cleanliness is next to godliness. But that would be what for us, because gumit, I think, is a thing for every young person can really relate to and be, it will just attract them and their attention, and then still they will, by the time they reach the word gumite, they will have read that we're going to clean, we're going to join the poor, we're going to clean and clean our community. So yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Let's see what the dictator guys have. And I wish you could tweet that in line with what is going on already, and we see how many likes we probably could attract or drive. Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. The questions are quite much, but I'll answer a few. Somebody asked us to define digital media and to give its context, and this is what we came up with. Digital media is any content or communication that is created, stored, and shared using computers, phones, or the internet. Digital media is not only about WhatsApp, TikTok. It extends to USSD, to SMS. It extends to emails. So if you can create content and deliver it, definitely you're using digital media. Even if you created something and you a song and you play it over the megaphones, still you're using digital media. Then the other thing, we are saying a clean Uganda will not be built by announcements only. It will be built when every cleaning day is seen. Once we create the content of people actually getting involved into the cleaning, it is seen, it is pushed out there. You know, when the cleaning day is seen, it will be joined and it will be counted, reported, and can be repeated. Not a mere one cleaning day is done and we are done. Then the other question was about the messages on digital media. We need to consider how and who. We have to look at the target audience. Even people in kindergarten, they have their rhymes. They can be played over. Nowadays, kids have tabs, you know. These tabs can be also used. You can create something in a cartoon form that would teach this person that if I don't wash my hands, trouble. The other question was youths don't trust youths, which is very true. I agree to that. But how do we come up with ideas that bring youths together? One, create unifying factors, create circles, create football teams, create, economic groups that would bring youths together. And through that, you can easily pass on the messages. Yeah, I think I can end on that as I look through the other questions. Thank you.
Okay, do we have more questions, or you want to get back to me so we can go on another round? Do you have more questions to answer?
Yeah, the questions that were asked were very many. Though we didn't note some of them, I'd like to respond to a few. I think it was a gentleman who was claiming that the behavior has changed, but then cleanliness has not been witnessed. There are many reasons to this. As one of the colleagues the other side mentioned, the outcome we are looking for is not only from a particular stakeholder. We need to engage each and every stakeholder. Yes, the people in this room can change their behavior, and they are sorting their waste, they are doing everything, they are slashing the bushes around their homes, but then it's only them that have changed their behavior. The other stakeholders have not changed. Yes, you have collected the rubbish, you have stored it at home. Who is taking it? The policies have not really been enforced to lead the garbage collectors, the waste collectors, to really come for this, to timely come for this waste. And where are they even taking it? We don't have certified disposal sites. We only have some sketchy dump sites. You cannot really want a clean country, yet after the collection of the waste, there's no way it is going. It is going back to the streets. It's going back to someone's plot, and it's going to come back to the country. So it is really multi-faced. It is not only the authors that are having the waste, or the people that are having the bushes around their homes. It goes back to the government and the people that are teaching. Yes, I can really this also goes back to there's online participation, but there's nothing translated on the ground. Yes, you can have the message online, but who is it to who has crafted this message? We have had lots of messages that have been online, but then the way the public is getting it is not because someone sat in a room. There were like 3 people. They designed some advert, and yeah, it was good to them. It was making sense to them. But does it make sense to the public that is receiving it? Probably not. And this is where digital media comes in. Because if today I make that same message, if I make that message, I put it online, we run the campaign, and then I get 10% turn up, I'll have to go back and where was the mistake? What did I not do right? I have to then I re-intervene. Then I think they asked, is it mindset, behavior, change, or policy? I think I have answered that. Then how are we ensuring that this digital media is how are we ensuring that it is more trusted than the traditional media? This digital media is not replacing, it is amplifying what the traditional media is doing. We are not changing the people that are giving other messages. It is the same LOC1 chairperson that you have at your community that is going to relay this same information they would have been relaying if they were moving house to house, but now this time they are going to relay it in a WhatsApp group. With there's a gentleman that said they have 6 parishes, and all these parishes have groups. They have group leaders. If these group leaders have WhatsApp groups, and the message is relayed to the WhatsApp groups, then these youths are going to get aware of the current situation, and then it is through those groups that they are going to be mobilized, rather than the parish chief moving around house to house, but they are only meeting a few people because the youth they are targeting have gone to maybe to Kampala to work, and you're moving around in the town, yet the person you're targeting is not here. They have gone to Mukono to work. But it would be making better sense if, yes, they have gone to Kampala to, I don't know, Bagenza Kusubula, but then they get the information where they are. And also, the cost that is incurred when this parish chief is moving, because they're not going to be moving alone. They're going to be using megaphones that require constant replacement of the cells. But if they just use like 1 GB, which is around 2K or 1K, and relay this information to the different WhatsApp groups, to the different X platforms that are there, all these people will be reached. Yes? I beg to submit.
Yes, we still have more questions, sir.
Responded to a little later, ladies and gentlemen. I would like you to rise for a second. Just rise for a second. And I'm going to teach you a song. And this is a song that actually all of you learned while you were younger. And it goes, if you're happy and you know it, say hi, Jane. If you're happy and you know it, say hi, Jane. If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know, say hi, Jane. And as we say that, I would like you to use a bit of energy and probably stretch a little. And if you feel that your leg is hurting, you step on it and something like that. Okay, one more round. If you're happy and you know, say hi, Jane. If you're happy and you know, say hi, Jane. If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, say hi, Jane. If you're happy and you know, say hi, Jane. If you're happy and you know, say hi, Jane. If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know, hi, Jane. If you're happy and you know it, say food is coming. If you're happy and you know it, food is coming. If you're happy and you know it, say you are not hungry. Thank you. You can take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. And we're getting in the last bit of our debate. And this is now going to be between the community youths and then the School of Hygiene. Are you ready, School of Hygiene? But you're less by one member. Are you ready, community? Are you gumite? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is how we're going to go it. And it's the motions are as follows. Our community youth has youth-led innovations can solve urban waste management challenges more effectively than government systems. Say it again. I slow it. Okay. Youth-led innovations can solve urban waste management challenges more effectively than government systems. Yep. And versus enforcement is more effective than community mobilization in improving sanitation. Enforcement is more effective than community mobilization in improving sanitation. Is that right? Are we okay? Okay. So the opening question to the School of Hygiene is, what specific youth-led innovations demonstrate superiority over government-led waste systems? What specific youth-led innovations demonstrate superiority over government-led waste systems? Let's go it.
Thank you very much. Before I introduce myself, I really want to thank the Ministry of Health, Ginger leadership, and other stakeholders that made this activity a success. I really want to say God bless you for giving me a chance to also add a brick to the development of Uganda, my nation. My name is Muzira Noah Ntumba, by God's grace, from School of Hygiene in Bali. And I'm here to support the youth-led innovations are better as compared to the government-led systems. First of all, the question is saying, what specific youth-led innovations demonstrate superiority over the government systems? So now today, I just want to mention, first of all, explain the two and how they've been functioning. For the government, they've been focusing on legislation, procurement of budgets, and collection sometimes, then also mobilization. And then for the youth, for them, they've been doing this in specifically 3 categories. That is recycling, reusing, and then energy recovery. So when we went to look at the two, and look at the effectivity of the two activities, it is just an open thing. Because in most cases, even the government has come up to support these youth. For example, I will look at Tumusime Martin, a former student of Makerere University, that came up with the Yo Westy software application. This software application focuses on following up the collection of the waste. And this also ignited the United Nations Development Program to come in support of this. And it has been so effective, more so in regions like Kampala. This shows the impact of how the youth have really challenged the government. However, I'm not saying that the government has not failed. The government has really also tried, but they've been challenged by some of the activities that I will share with us with time to come. So, also if you are to look at some of these youth, they are focusing on how to turn the waste into wealth and also generate employment opportunities. In Uganda, on many occasions, youth have been rioting because they don't have jobs. But we have seen that this has been decreasing. And I think most of us have actually not asked ourselves, why is it that these days the youth are so silent? It is because they have been seated and thinking of how they can revive themselves from the poverty that has been eating them. And some of these innovations I would want to just share with us. For example, we have the eco bricks in Masaka. These youth have specified in processing non-biodegradable waste, specifically the plastics. When I was looking through their social media handle, they anticipate, according to them, they anticipate that every day Uganda produces wastes in form of plastic, 600 tons. But you find that only 10% by them has been recycled. And their dream is, if at all we can make this a national thing, we would not have plastics as waste. My brothers and sisters in this house, I want to inform us that plastics can last for more than 200 years in the soil. And of recent, people are complaining of how the climate has changed. And this is one of the root causes of climatic changes. Because it is not allowing the waters in the soil to evaporate. I think most of us know how the rain cycle is. So it has altered the environment system and the ecosystem at large. So their dream is, if at all the government can come up to their aid and make this a national thing, it would help. Because I was looking of recent, on the 10th of August 2024, we had a landslide due to the filling of the landfill in Chitezi. And we all know the operation and maintenance of a landfill. A landfill, once it reaches its capacity, maximum capacity, it is not recommended to be used. But in Uganda, recently we were in Bali and we were taking a tour around. What challenged me is even the landfill in Bali had filled up, but these people were still using it. And I asked them that, what is the future plan for this landfill? There was no answer. However, even the route to the area was even blocked. And this is to my worry. Then this also opened up my mind that if at all we have a very big area for us to come up and recycle this waste, we would not have this challenge. So when I was still talking about the Chitezi on the 10th of August 2024, I have heard that in the house we have the KCCA, and I'm so grateful because it was one of my dreams to meet them. KCCA released the 4.3 billion to compensate the people that lost their beloved one. But when I was making my research, 4.3 billion is enough money to start a mini factory that processes this waste. I know we are targeting the non-biodegradable waste because the biodegradable waste, which is 90% of the waste that is produced in Uganda, can be used as manure in the garden, since most of the population of Uganda are farmers, and automatically we would be actually ranked one of the key countries in the whole world that has turned the waste into wealth. I want to add, because one of the questions were how can we change behavior, and they said the youth are the ringleaders of production of waste. So this also triggered my mind, and it came to me when we were studying solid waste management. There is something which they call community-led total sanitation. Yeah, it was it was innovated by Dr. Kamal Kal in 1999. The community does not want us to handle them, but they want us to trigger them, and that's us, the youth. You will never tell the youth what to do and they will do it, but you just show them direction and they will follow by themselves. People to hide in their houses, they don't know, because for me, all the times I've been in Kampala and a person hears of KCCA, that person, what comes to the mind of that person is run for your life. That person will run away. And I think it's the reason why these people are hiding. But I'm requesting government systems to join hands by inducing, we show the community that you are misinterpreting our intentions. Our intentions are not to hurt you, but to help you and also improve on your sanitation.
Fantastic.
For God and my country and for health promotion.
Fantastic.
Harassment.
Let me bring in the lady. In your submission, you spoke to effectiveness. And I would like to understand from the lady what defines effectiveness is in waste management. Is it efficiency, sustainability, or scalability?
Thank you so much for that question. To me, what defines effectiveness is the impact of that particular thing on waste management. Effectiveness means like something has been implemented, but is it effective? Is it causing a change? Is it making a change in the communities? Is it making a change in the country? Is it making a change among the people?
Yeah, and I want to know, is it efficiency? Is it sustainability? Or is it scalability? Would you choose one of those to define that impact? What is it that you'd have to actually have? You could give it to your friends if you...
Sustainability would do for me. Because when something is sustainable, it becomes effective. When something, like take for example the cleaning days, if they are to become sustainable, it will become effective, and we see that it will even reduce the amount of waste, and it will even, with time, we shall not need to have large numbers to clean, as one of the speakers said.
Okay, so to your last friend, can youth-led innovations operate at the same scale with regulatory authority as government systems?
Pardon.
Say it again.
Pardon, especially the last part.
Can youth-led innovations operate at the same scale and regulatory authority as government systems?
they can even operate better. Why? A lot of points have been raised here, and I've been listening keenly. The point comes to like such engagements that we are having here. I think some of you are hearing great essence of wisdom from these interactions we are having. How much are we engaging the youth? How do we have this scope of knowledge brought together so that we can have improvement? To prove my point, right, we have had several innovations come into place. We have seen back in the days, people would get trash and throw, but we are now seeing youth add value to what we call trash. Of course, in solid waste management, we have rubbish, we have garbage, and they have their different definitions. But what the youth are doing currently, do you know, after this meeting, there's a group of youth that is going to come and collect these bottles because they know their importance. At the verge where the country is battling challenges of solid waste management and unemployment, we are taking this as an opportunity to bridge the existing gap. So these bottles can be used. Last year, on the Global Hand Washing Day, we showcased very many products that were out of these plastics. That was the waste bins and many other doormats and very many other projects. That's evident enough that nothing is useless. It depends on the time. There was a question that you asked that I felt I was supposed to answer, because this question was raised all of us, although you have not brought it in this second. How would you transition National Cleaning Days to be sustainable behavior in Uganda? I also have a question. Before most of these projects initiatives are brought up, but what is the sustainability plan? Once the sustainability plan is drawn, that means the projects will be sustainable. The National Cleaning Days, from 2021, I've been participating in a sanitation week. We go and clean, and even people pour for you rubbish. And after cleaning, the thing will end that day because you've cleaned for them. We need to have actual participation and engagement. It becomes engageable when they participate themselves. That's how the issues will sink. How are they going to participate when we are not involving them? And how best do we involve them? We have the issue of political interference. I was in Budaka, we were doing our internship there because our institution started up what we call these collective internships where they put in a district and improve a district. But in certain areas, you'll agree with the community, you're going to do this, and the politicians will go back and say, why are you doing this? These are people who vote us. So we have professionals who become a problem. So things will not fruiten till we learn to work collectively as professionals. Certain professionals have become a problem. There was the issue of the different strategies. Well, we can have different students in a class. Not every person understands at the same rate. So there are different methods of how to have different groups of people. Sometimes we have the one-way communication, which may not be effective. Let's have the two-way. We have the tutorials, we have the posters, and then the others. Thank you very much.
All right, so let me first bring on board the community guys and see how they have a different perspective.
Excuse me, sir. I was requesting to add on something on the first question.
Go ahead.
Okay, the first question was what specific youth-led innovations demonstrate superiority over government-led youth systems? If you're to notice well, in our country and in most urban areas and even sometimes rural areas, one of the most ignored type of waste is menstrual waste. Yes, the people are given the menstrual necessities, the sanitary pads, and all sorts of things. But in most cases, how they are to be managed is mainly ignored. Now, you can walk on a street in a city or a town, you'll find a cavera which has maybe busted or it is torn, but inside it you will find used sanitary pads. So, one of the main innovations which I think the youth is implementing is training people how to make reusable sanitary pads, because these are reusable and you can use them for a given period of time and dispose them in a proper manner. But these ones which are non-reusable, okay, there are systems which can be implemented to dispose them properly, which are not working somehow. So my suggestion is that if there was a way, the municipal waste management, in the municipal waste management plans, that they include menstrual waste management systems in these areas. And another thing, if you go to rentals, I've ever stayed in a rental, for example, and here they were disposing waste in what? In sacks. But all the rooms were self-contained, and some people, they end up flushing the sanitary pads, and this causes blockage of the pipes and the drainage systems. And in the end, it also disturbs the people who work in that sector. So, if you notice in those sacks, someone will again bring those sanitary pads and put in the sack. There are different types of waste. So if there was a way that they introduce waste segregation or waste segregation policies, and they introduce it to every person, like those house owners, they could introduce, and they set a policy to them that you have to have this for waste management, for the what? Menstrual waste management, especially those non-reusable sanitary pads. And also the reusable sanitary pads, if we could encourage their use, because these are simple to make. Personally, I can make them. And in my area, I come from Kaberamaido district. And I am one of the influential people. By God's grace, I was managed to be crowned Miss Kumam. And through that platform, I moved to schools and communities, teaching young girls how to make sanitary pads with the available resources they have. Other than, because if you see, there are these systems where they donate sanitary pads. You carry a packet of soft care, you go and give, but it will get over. So I suggest that let us embrace menstrual waste management and manage it properly for the betterment of our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now let's hear in from the... Go ahead, voice it. Okay, fantastic. Okay. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear in from the community youth. And the question is, why do you believe enforcement mechanisms outperform community-driven approaches in sanitation improvement? Why?
Good afternoon. Oh, okay.
Have you gotten it?
No, read it again.
Why do you believe enforcement mechanisms outperform community-driven approaches in sanitation improvement? And I would like also to give you this question at once as well, and this is in context. Considering cities like Mbale, Kampala, Jinja,
And elsewhere, what has worked and what has failed? And how would you want to do things different? Go it.
Good afternoon. My name is Achom Shanice Teresa. The first question is why enforcement mechanism outperform community-driven approaches. We see that there is mobilization that has been carried out, mobilizing people on how to dispose rubbish and how to not having open defecation, but you see that there are still adamant people that choose to be ignorant. The behaviors are not changing, yet we keep on mobilizing, we keep on sensitizing. So we see that we need to bring in enforcement, we need to bring in these fines, these laws, these regulations that people are supposed to follow, and you know, it will compel them to, like, I don't know, to keep the sanitation, to like not defecate in the open, not throw rubbish anywhere, not litter anywhere. For instance, I would look at the traffic laws that we have in Uganda. We see that people really follow the traffic laws. You find someone is renewing their permit. So if we see that people are, with enforcement, people get to like respect the laws that are put in place. So if we also put these laws, the bylaws within the different communities, if we put them into place, we'll find that probably people will, you know, follow them, and there will be improvement in the sanitation. And then the next question was, considering cities like Mbale, Jinja, what has worked and what has failed, and how would I want to do things differently? In my view, mobilization has failed, probably because we are not getting involved as a community. We are not taking this, we're not owning it to have a clean community. We need to own it, we need to love it, we need to know that I'm not supposed to throw a bottle. We need to be a teacher to our neighbors. Like if you see me throwing or leaving my bottle here, it's up to you to it's up to us to educate one another. No, carry your bottle and put it in the right place. So I feel mobilization has failed, and I feel we look at each other doing things and just choose to act ignorant, but we should educate ourselves more. And what has worked? Can I ask my colleague to help me?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nantambi Katalina Zena. I am Nantambi Katalina Zena, and if you may allow me, I would also like to start from the first question. Why is enforcement mechanism outperforming community-driven approaches? Now, if we look at enforcement, being that we have to engage authorities to come on ground and allow and emphasize that these standards of sanitation have to be met, is what is going to drive the motivation for what they already know. We cannot rule out mobilization in the communities, because for us coming up and trying to tell people or force people to do what they do not understand is outrageous. So mobilization goes hand in hand with enforcement, although for the fact that enforcement will push people to do what they have been told to do. Because mobilization is voluntary. I can choose to go for these meetings, but I can choose not to do what they're telling me to do. So it cannot force me to do. But if we empower the VHTs, like they've been doing it before in the olden days, they can go approach these people door to door and make sure the way their communities are clean, because you can never find a village household very dirty, aside from the fact that they have issues with latrine, but the garbage is not there. They have dumping pits where they dump all these things, and then the waste that cannot be recycled is thrown in the gardens used as manure. So they know what to do, and ignorance is not an excuse. So what we have to do is encourage enforcement, but not the one that is violent. Because like one of my colleagues said, very many people look at police or KCC.
Interjection, Catalina, there, and I will ask, can enforcement alone change attitudes? Or does it only compel short-term outcomes?
Enforcement can change attitudes.
Or short-term compliance?
Yes, if it is given up on, like motivation, like I said before, enforcement can compel change of attitudes if we empower the VHTs and the authorities, the local councils, to keep on going to these communities and keep on carrying out the inspections they're supposed to do. Because also them being unempowered or financially not funded, they say now, what are we going there to do? We are using our money for the transportation. We are using our words. We are being disliked or hated by the community because we are doing government work. Yet the community is being helped by what we are teaching them to do. So enforcement for me can lead to change of attitudes, and permanently if it keeps on repeating. Any repeated behavior can cause someone to either fear. Fear is not a good thing, but if someone is scared, they'll be like, let me do this so that they do not come to my home and approach me about it or arrest me for it or give me a fine to go with that, whatever.
Okay,
yes.
And before we get to the other questions, I would like to bring in your neighbor at the back and just understand, we know most of our communities are probably informal in nature, and we know poor waste management is at its worst in informal settlements, right? I would like to understand from you, how do informal settlements influence effectiveness of enforcement versus innovation?
Come again.
How do informal settlements influence effectiveness in enforcement versus innovation? Of course, we've had innovations like briquettes and probably recycling and things like that, but how would they influence effectiveness?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Nasa. I'm a farmer. Thank you very much for the question. As I would like to thank my colleagues, I'll a little bit want to put slightly comment about the second question of how cities like Jinja, Kampala, what has been done and what has not been done. You know, there are some key points that we put aside. Now in Uganda, I want to tell you, people have personal outrage that has drawn us away. You know, our leaders, for example, we can have a VHT, a RDC, or a community leader that is not liked by the community. And he is the person leading the campaign of hygiene and calling in this and that. No one will attend. I want to tell you that. So to me, I think we should go back. In our villages, we have retired officers. We have people who are retired from work, idle at home. They're just reading newspapers. They could be put on board, community boards. When we are dealing with enforcement, we don't need to put in more of policies from people outside the community. They come in, but in a way that can all the people judge. After judging, if you are caught on wrong, can you in turn do a community service? Yep. Can you do a community service so that you serve as an example? Here comes. People are making equipment from these wastes. It's a good innovation. It brings to employment in youth. If waste is managed very well, people are earning from it. There are non-profit organizations depending on such. So I call upon the youth in the communities to take it on because it is more effective. And for Mary, that's how I can, yeah.
Okay, finally, for you, does enforcement risk resistance or unintentional consequences among communities?
Does enforcement
risk resistance or unintentional consequences among community members?
Yeah. City. The city is so dry because of enforcement. People are not working. Taxis are no longer on the road. Kiosks are not on roads. The street is empty. People have hatred upon it.
Why then would you think enforcement?
People have mobilized, organizations have come on board, and people have not complied. The only way to go is that for us to have clean cities. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Anything more, Catalina?
My colleague had requested, excuse me, my colleague had requested me to help her with the second question, which was considering cities like Mbale, Kampala, Jinja, what has worked, what has failed, and how would I do things differently? Well, with enforcement, I feel like it has compelled very many people to do things the right way. Although people do not embrace enforcement as a good thing because of how they are handled. Now, as we are sensitizing communities on how to keep the standards of sanitation and maintain them, we should also be able, the government should also be able to sensitize the authorities on how well to handle these communities. Because like we said, you go to an LC personnel and they are willing to talk to these people, and the people are willing to listen because they trust their leaders, the chiefs in their kingdoms, their kings. When they speak, they will listen and they will actually do what they are supposed to do. But the truth of the matter is, without enforcement, people will just lag behind and they'll be like, the community, the marketplace is not my home. So what do you expect me to go to the marketplace and clean? How is that my business? Then I think enforcement works well. Then mobilization, being that it fails, is because it's voluntary. You either do it or you don't do it. That is up to you. How I would do things differently is I would use both in one. You know, when people are approached by enforcement officers or enforcement authorities, the necessary authorities, they usually look at them with a side eye. They are like, we are here because we are supposed to be here. But if it was up to me, I would not attend this. Because the police themselves, they claim, are the ones who lead the youth in strikes. They are the ones who know where the thief stays. They also think authority is part of the crime, or it's part of why they have an unsettled or unpeaceful living. So if you convince the authorities to also attend this sensitization and also mandate them to move with these inspectors, the youth leaders, the VHTs, when we are going around maybe door-to-door sensitization, they will know that this is what will happen. They put up a fine of 6 million for taxis that did not have bins in their vehicles. But I've never seen anyone be arrested. And we are still littering the taxis ourselves. So you will find that urbanization is also not the sense that because I'm educated, I'm actually doing things right. People who are actually educated, we are the ones supposed to be the example, but you'll find someone dressed well, someone speaks well in a taxi, and they eat eggs and they throw peelings in the taxi, and then they're like, Kasta wanoteba andaba. But if you look at the way COVID was managed, government came out and the president came out and enforced the lockdown. Now that is how you see enforcement working. People would not go anywhere without permission, and if you're caught, you're arrested and you'll have to answer why you are moving at an ungodly hour when we are having issues going around. So
Thank you.
Enforcement to me is all the way the best way to go.
Thank you, Catalina. I'll come back to your team with the last question, but before that, I would like to get back to Team School of Hygiene. I would like to ask this: are youth innovations scalable without institutional backing or policy integration? Are youth innovations scalable without institution backing or policy integration?
Yeah. Okay. The question is, are youth innovations scalable without institutional Parking. Okay. Now, currently, it is what is running currently. Because youth are operating each and everything on their own. And what have they done is that they have found ways of motivating just others. How? I'll just give a strategy on how they can be scalable. They influenced from the eldest to the youngest. How? I think most of us, if you are to walk around, you always see some young boys with a heap of plastic bottles in some certain sacks. Why? They are doing this to get money. These youth have decided to just turn this into wealth. To give a reason, here in Uganda, a person to do something, you must give that person a reason for doing that something. And this is what the youth wants. If you tell him, let's go clean the road, he will ask you, how am I benefiting? And this is how these people have been able to be self-reliant without integrating anything else. And I believe that with the time to come, if we are to put these innovations into action, we may not even need landfills or other disposal sites. Because currently, I was analyzing Ginger City. We have what we call the Masese landfill. It's seated on a magnitude of 13 acres. And if we are told we are to set up a factory there for recycling, you would just see that it cannot occupy this kind of space. Currently, we are looking for space. The government is looking for space for where they can put other infrastructure. So if these youth can come up with these ones, with their innovations, I believe this could clearly be eradicated and then space would be provided. So I believe that these guys can stand on their own and the innovations can benefit our nation, for God and my country.
Okay, thank you. Finally, you want to
I had something
strengthen that?
Yeah,
okay,
to
quickly.
supplement on this point. Yeah, they're scalable because some involve simple technology. For example, the waste bricks, which are even environmental friendly. People are using these for cooking, and in the end, they don't even pollute the environment. They're eco-friendly. When you talk about also, I want to critique the sanitary landfill, because we know sanitary landfills have been at the top of solid waste management. But remember, solid waste management does not necessarily start at the landfill, but it starts way from the source, transportation, till collection. And when in the sanitary landfill, they end up polluting the environment. So sanitary landfills are not sustainable. But these youth-led innovations are sustainable and environmental friendly and simple.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have the last question to Team Community, and it goes as follows. How do you ensure accountability in both youth-led enforcement, youth-led innovations, and enforcement-driven models? How do you ensure accountability in both youth-led innovations and enforcement-driven models? Who has the mic? But as you think, ladies and gentlemen, they think of the response, I will bring in the participants at a later stage, and then there is a thought of us going for lunch, and then return and get the final verdict of what the judges have to say, and also award the winners. But there's also another version of us completing everything and then go at once. What do you think? The nutritionist says we go for lunch. Yeah? Now, when we go for lunch, just after the participants after you've given in your questions, I want a promise that we all return. because this is very, very important. I want to promise you also that we will have the parliamentary chairperson on wash and something. So you don't want to miss that, okay? So let's do the response, and then we'll have the participation, and then after we will go for lunch and then return. Thank you. Community, we would like you to respond.
Yes, accountability in youth-led innovations, I believe, can be... Youth-led innovations and enforcement. So accountability in youth-led innovations and enforcement, I believe, can be ensured when we agree that we have to use the bottom-top approach. Like one of my colleagues mentioned, when these youth come up with these ideas, they come up with these ideas and also look for the raw materials to carry out the innovations that they are supposed to do. So when it comes to these innovations that they come up with, holding them accountable, how? Because they earn from these innovations they come up with, it also makes sure the enforcement that is in the place or in the community that is handling that community can move along with these youth groups when they are sensitizing people on how best to use these innovations they are coming up with. So when you talk about accountability, enforcement being part of the community or the youth-led innovations, as we are saying, also helps them to keep on going forward or to keep on coming up with these innovations. Like someone says, the technology they use is not too much, it's not very complex, but how best the enforcement allows them to carry out these innovations without being stopped or without being without being inconvenienced in the community, because sometimes we call the youth that pick up these bottles or pick up scrap either mad, street kids, because they look tattered. But if they are guided on how best to handle how they collect their raw materials, you cannot find... Now if a youth enters in here looking tattered and telling you, I want to collect those bottles, the first thing we will all do is get out of the room. Not because we are not finished with what we are doing, but because their presence is not appealing to the eyes. So if enforcement gives leeway for these youth that come up with these innovations as they do them, they give them some type of assurance or some type of confidence that what you're doing is good, and you have the full support of the enforcement to do this. So if you need any guidance or help, just report and we can always assist some way. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to the teams, ladies and gentlemen. Now I want us to give chance to anyone who has any question to voice it. Any question to the teams? But before you voice those questions or queries, I have something lost here. So if you went anywhere and you lost this, I don't know the content, but kindly pass by and pick it up from me. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you so much for this innovation and arrangement. I'm very happy for the good information we've been hearing from the youth and their debates. But I have a question, more so goes to the students from School of Hygiene. One, I've realized that in your discussions, you have based on plastic bottles. How about other waste? Secondly, what innovations do you have and what advice do you have for all those landfills which are in bad state? And being from School of Hygiene, I can note the environment surrounding you, right from Namakwekwe to town, even beyond Mbale city. what innovations you have to improve on those towns and the trading centers surrounding you. Any other one goes to the Miss Kumi, Miss Kumam. You are basing your research on reusable pads. What is the end result after using that pad, after using it? Where do you dispose it finally? And how do you advise other communities using that? And apart from that, what advice you have on the pampers being used and even these pads? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, the School of Public Health and the community teams. My name's Alinda Ruva. We were reminded to introduce ourselves, and I didn't do that. So my name's Alinda Ruva, Principal Officer in the Office of the Prime Minister, Prime Minister's Delivery Unit. Now, mine is a supplement, sort of. This is a rejoinder from what my colleague has just spoken about, the menstrual hygiene. I was just about to speak about the Pampers, because when you talk about menstrual hygiene, that is almost similar to Pampers. We are having these Pampers being thrown around the whole community, in our communities, and we don't know what to do with them. So we also need to have to devise means of how we can be able to dispose. And at the end of the day, we might all be able to clean, but where are we disposing the waste? You know, I was in Kamuli recently, and for them they say they have dumping sites which need to be developed. If we sort the garbage at the point of cleaning, at the point of source, and then we put on the trucks for dumping, by the time they reach the dumping site, they are already mixed up. So when we have organized, developed sites, the persons at the sites can be able to sort. So that is something we need to look into as government to support in this, because that is the major problem, how waste management and how to manage. Then another thing another thing I want to talk about is about the enforcement. The community side talked about the enforcement. I believe in water, sanitation, and hygiene. Enforcement is very key. That is why I'm a WASH focal person. That's how I ended up in WASH. Because my thesis was about finding out why people behave the way they do when it comes to WASH. You find somebody who is literate and has the means dumping rubbish in the road. Then you wonder what the problem is. Then you find the homes have sewage. Someone who can be able to have a sock pit and can be able to devise means, but decides to dump on the road. So that's why I said, I think I need to study this thing. What is the problem? So what I feel, I think enforcement will work. Because other people say, who are you to tell me what to do? You know? Even if you work here, who are you to tell me what to do? So I feel enforcement is the way to go. And government should take lead in this so that we are at all levels to make sure that these stubborn persons are dealt with accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a question as well.
Thank you. Mine is not a question. It is rather a point I would like to raise. I think decisions start from the top. If we do not have systems and infrastructure that enable people to properly dispose of the waste, then nothing is going to happen down here. And then also, from the bottom up, in Singapore in around 1965, when there was a garbage problem, the Prime Minister then made it a mandate for teachers in every school to teach kids how to dispose of the rubbish. And with that, as they grew up, it was the norm. Same way when we are at home, we are told to do certain things, and when we grow up, they seem normal, but there are things we were told from when we were kids. And I think that is the best solution. The government should provide the infrastructure through which certain waste is managed, and then from the bottom up, kids should also be told how to do these things because they do not come out of thin air. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question, and then we have the responses, friends, and then we get this to the top of our engagement.
Okay,
One
thank
more
you.
last question.
By name of Paul Steven, Health Inspector, Walukuba, Health Center 4, in charge of Walukuba, former Health Sub District. I just wanted to share a scenario which I faced of recent that I think will give an incentive to my fellow students around. I happened to conduct a cleanup exercise in one of my cells, that's Masese 1. Because I had a team from Bara University, public health nurses. They normally come for community activities. They were 20 in number. So we decided to break them 10-10. We took one to one of the villages, that's Masese 2. Then I gave my colleague to lead the other team. I took the one of Masese 1. So we started that process of community entry. One group succeeded, one failed. What I did in Masese 1, we entered through those leaders. We met stakeholders because we have a very good network of CHUs and the VHTs in those communities. They helped us to mobilize the opinion leaders and LOC1 committees and some of the schools around. So when we had that meeting, we deliberated before we called the community to be part of the meeting because we wanted to go to the community on needs assessment baseline because we wanted to get a go-ahead from them. So when we start with them, we deliberated issues. So we agreed the day for the community engagement meeting. That happened. But what interested me, there was a team of youth that coffee trained as sanitation ambassadors. In fact, 2 of them were in our meeting. So they came up and said, we have a team, they are 10 in number. We are going to mobilize them to join us. In fact, that team made us perform and we achieved. During that day of cleanup in that area, some of the schools brought children. But these youths were the key in the team. And there was a team of these other groups, as we know, the Janga boys. In fact, they mobilized them, they came. And we do the wonderful work. But only that the challenge we faced after a cleanup, how to take these wastes that we collected. Because at first I communicated to my head, my supervisors up. Because in the meeting, one of the things they raised, we don't have tools. The only thing we can give you have the labor. We are ready to work. Then they gave us conditions: we want gloves, we want rakes, we want hose. So when we tried also to ask them, at least we expected to get this thing from the community. They said here, there are no gardens where we shall be having the hose. So we mobilized some hose and we did. It was not only on wastes, but even blockages, the drainage channels. You know that place. Those ones who know Masese, as my colleague has said. Waterlogged. In fact, malaria was one of the ranking things in our priorities. So when we implemented that thing, the committee itself agreed. Every Friday there is a cleanup in that area. In fact, last Friday I didn't go on ground, but the cleanup took place. So that enforcement came in, they agreed, they came up with bylaws within themselves. They could go door to door, come and join us and we clean. I'm sure if we do this, environment of these communities, we shall not have resistance. Because the other side of Soweto, in fact, instead of stakeholders meeting, I don't know how my colleague did it, they went and started implementation. So when they saw them, the first thing they ranked, this is Soali. Soali, because that's the name they know during trade order, was the one commanding on enforcement. Everyone was running away. they were closing themselves. Then we realized engagement wasn't there. So it's one of the things I wanted us to borrow. Mostly the youth are very influential in this, and there are very many. Only that the challenge we had after these other people came, they said wanted water. In fact, the students solicited some money, we bought some water. Little did we know, that's not the water they wanted. You get the challenge we faced. But we were able to think outside the box. Then we got just 10,000. They went very happy. In fact, we don't know where they went and took their water. That's the scenario I wanted us to share. Thank you.
Okay, so last questions, and then we have responses, friends, and then I know there are so many questions that we can never exhaust all of them. So let's engage on social media for the rest of the questions. So let's have the two ladies, and then we have the responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Elizabeth Esther Chisache.
And make it short, please. Thank you.
I'm from Ginger City Youth Council. Mine is really brief. Allow me to stand. Let us all have this in our hands. So we realize we all have this, right? Can someone show this? Two? How many of us can show this? So, thank you. Thank you very much. My main point here is sanitation is like a social responsibility. It is your personal responsibility. It begins with us here in this room. It is not about the community, but it's up to you who has been in this room, got some knowledge. What are you doing? What are you changing around you? Personally, I'm one person who challenges people who are around me most cases. If you're around me, you take water and drop a bottle, I'll pick it and I will move. So I feel we have to have this humility, I don't know. Like, we have to be accountable to ourselves that your community being dirty, it's your responsibility. It's not about government. It starts with you. We have to make baby steps. And how are you going to change that? Because you behave like that, small changes begin around you. People around you will not keep littering. It's a small thing, but it works. Yeah, that will take me to my next point. One wise man said, sanitation is a matter of human dignity. This is a matter of life or death. So, like, you have to take it in, because at the end of the day, when that community is dirty, when the water sources are contaminated, it goes back to you. Like, you're the person who is going to be affected with the infections, mostly people in Kampala, you realize aeration is sometimes bad in Kampala. It's all because of that. So how are we going to do this? Like, as we are talking about, as we are having these discussions, we really need to involve the change makers, like the great change actors of community. Sometimes we look down to the LC ones, but those people, they are the opinion leaders in those villages. I feel like there are people who have to be in this room to enforce it. They are like, people easily follow them from their community down. You realize that an RCC can't go down to Kasokoso village and say, you people let us start what? Collecting. But if an LC one of theirs they know says, this is what you are going to do, most of them will come and do what? Join. Then someone talked about role models and mentorship. This is going to also, it's not about us only going back to our schools as youth. It's going to be about our leaders too. As a leader, as an MP of the place, as our mayor. Like, let us lead these things. Someone seeing a mayor carrying a brush, a broom to go and sweep, like, it is a collective responsibility. I will end with the question that was asked to these people about enforcement, and enforcement is more effective than mobilization. Yes, it is, but sometimes it will lose meaning, because you realize right now they have chased people off the streets. But some people feel these people who have chased them are wrong. You get? So you find that now KCCA has to run after these people. Wali waziza wakadala, like today you're not there, but as they leave, they put it back. So what am I trying to say? Community ownership. You see, as we enforce, let us teach community ownership. Let people know the disadvantages of constructing in what? In the swamps. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And before we get the last response, I would like, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize in our midst the presence of Honorable Algon Silas, who is the chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum on WASH. So this is a very important session, and thank you so much for honoring us. Lastly, and quite quickly, thank you very much.
The community team. My name is Monique Tembe. I work for Water Mission Uganda. As Katarina was submitting, I really felt like I'm in the community. Yes, we have done all the things that she has talked about. We have done the mobilization, we have done the enforcement, we have engaged with all the local government staff, we have engaged with the VHTs. But the moment you step out of the community, of course, enforcement will come in, the mobilization will come in, you'll engage with the community, they will enforce. At one time, they will even pick those that do not have latrines, those ones that have consistently refused to have latrines. But the moment you step out of the community, because we are implementing projects that are 1 year, you know, and so the moment you come to December and you're out of that community, the sanitation status drops. So my question to the young people here, what can we do differently to ensure that there's sustainability? Because we have done it all, but then at the end of the day, there's nothing that is changing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and we get to the last round of our debate or participation, and that's the response from the teams. So kindly make it precise and concise so that we are able to generate better ideas. Over to you, teams.
Yes, I will start with the last question they have pushed towards us, the youth. What do we do differently? Now, like we already all mentioned, we are talking about the same thing, mobilization, enforcement. We do this, we do that. But what I feel that would work best is also the fact that when the government or the president directly speaks, something is emphasized and it is put to work there and then, whether we like it or not. So it happened with the lockdown that he put up, everyone adhered to it. So I'm suggesting when it comes to the national cleaning days, maybe they can be made like holidays. Like no one is supposed to go to work so that no one has an excuse to say, I have work to do, I have here to be, school fees for the kids are in school. So let it be that if it's every end Saturday of a month, it should be a holiday. Everyone should be out of their homes and cleaning their communities monthly. That would work for me. Then she also talked about all these innovations we are coming up with are not working. I feel like still the government can emphasize that those people who produce these bottled drinks and bottled waters, sodas, soft drinks, there are so many drinks in Uganda. Even I can come up with a drink, kombucha. There are so very many things that are confusing. There is also a Kenyan drink that I actually like. It is made out of nkoge, but it is Kenyan, not from here. So it keeps on coming in. Because we are receiving taxes from these companies, we are forgetting the fact that what they are producing for us is what is causing the problems to us. So if we can add more taxes to those people who are producing these bottled waters and drinks, it would help them to also know that when we produce this, there is a tax attached to it. Because the breakable bottles, when you return them, you're paid a little bit of amount of money. I think it's 500 or 1,000. So people insist on buying those bottles because they know they'll get cash back. Emphasis on the companies, because the smoking companies bring in cigarettes and they still put on it is dangerous for your body and all those pictures, but people still smoke. So it is not that people don't know what to do. It's not the ignorance. It is the fact that they just do not want to do the right thing. So if we are to capture that part, and the government from the top bottom would help to emphasize that, oh, okay, let us look at it this way. More taxes on the production of these plastics will cause these companies to either produce the breakable bottles, or they will want the cash back, that if these people collect these plastics, they are taken back to Coca-Cola, and Coca-Cola pays them a fee, and then the community is clean. I feel like it comes from up there. Enforcement is still my way to go.
Thank you. Back to that, we know people have influencers. I think for us to fight this, we should consider that enforcement should go to the communities and find out. You remember the late Hajj. In Kampala, people could believe Hajj Agambie. So when we find out influencers, we can use them into this and help us people to put things in practice. Then they were asking her a question. I wanted the gentleman who submitted, when I talked about hatred, he mentioned the name and he said from harm, we're not supposed to do that. But he helped me out. If someone is not wanted, or if someone is a bad news to people, they won't comply. Miss was asked about how you asked us how best can we manage the pads and pampers. Personally, I'm a scout, and we always in big gatherings and big numbers. How are we maintaining this? We are doing the menstrual reusable pads, and most importantly, we are teaching them how to make incinerators locally. Try it in your communities, you're gonna see what is gonna happen. If they cannot do this cemented one, let them go down, construct using, they can use metallic, they can use even through mud. You get the poles, small poles, put the muds. This can be taken to the community. You set up a community incinerator. Ladies and girls, take periods to be something so special. No one will move during daytime and throw a pad there. No. But if you leave it public and open, someone can come in the night or at any inconvenience time and throw it in. So I think that incinerator can work out and help the communities about disposal of pampers and pads, reused pads. Thank you.
I beg to submit something else as well. Everyone was asking about where does the garbage go that we collect. Yes, I've been working as a volunteer with Red Cross way back, and usually when Red Cross comes together with KCCA to do these community cleanups, bulungi bwansi, they always partner with Nabugabo up deals or bins to collect all the garbage they clean up from the community. So they take them to the dumping sites. But again, I feel like when we have to reuse or recycle this garbage, or we have to separate this garbage and segregate plastics from papers, from different types of garbages, we can know how best to make sure our laundry, where we dispose of this garbage does not get filled so fast. If the papers, like he says, if we have incinerators for the pads and the pampers, we will not find them by the roadsides. In every community, I'm not talking about in Kampala where it's metropolitan, very big, and we have 2 incinerators. It has to be enough that someone can easily access these places. So we also have to work with accessibility. How are we disposing of these things? The Nabugabo up deals and the bins, they are companies that actually know how to collect, but also have to be sensitized on how best to dispose of this waste. Because they just take it to the dumping site and leave it there. And it piles, and then we have issues, which costs us more money. So prevention is better than cure. If we can find ways of preventing all this, it will be better for us.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, I'll do self-introduction. My name is Muzira Noah Ntumba. The first question that was forwarded to our table was, why is it that we are focusing only on plastic? The fact is, when I was submitting, I talked of the rest of the waste, and I said that in Uganda, we produce 90% of organic waste, which can easily decompose. But to our worry is that we were doing what we call waste prioritization. seeing the impact of how this waste can cause to our environment. And we realized it that the plastic waste can cause more harm than good if you to just analyze its composition and how long it can last without decomposing. However, the solutions for others, we can have manure pits where we dig a pit specifically for only organic waste. We put a layer of soil for covering, and when time reaches, we can use this manure for improving the fertility of our soils and yielding more. Then for some like the human waste, we as School of Hygiene, we came up with what we call we came up with how to call the eco-sun latrine. Actually, this technology, most people have not yet appreciated it, but it is of great impact because we turn the human waste into fertilizers. Currently, some of us are buying urine, which is a product of this type of latrine. If I'm to go into the operation and maintenance, it can take some time, but I will just be brief. This is a technology that focuses only on gathering human waste, reduce its impact by drying the human waste. We isolate urine from the fecal matter, and then we dry off the fecal matter, which after around a period of 1 year can be taken, because this latrine has some portions. If you use this portion for this year, we seal it off so that the fecal matter there dries completely as we switch to the other portion of the latrine. Putting that aside, we also have other technologies like biogas and all that stuff, where we turn these gases that are produced from the waste into gas that we can use for cooking, or sometimes even generate electricity. I was looking at some youth of Kamuli who have turned this into a business. Actually, they're building bigger biogas plants where they can even yield electricity. And currently in Uganda, specifically in Namutumba, where I'm coming from, we rarely have electricity, and this has become a problem to businessmen and women. So we can turn the waste into electricity and businesses can still move on smoothly. Another question was advice and way forward for the landfills. Actually, my worry was in the landfills, the landfills have a lot of challenges. Recently, to my worry, like now, if we are to look at Masese is near Lake Victoria and the River Nile. And these are very crucial water sources when it comes to Uganda. If the leachate itself accesses the waters, it means we are to suffer diarrheal diseases like cholera, typhoid, and other diseases that can come in that line. So our solution may be that we put pipes that can collect this leachate, and we also the methane gas, pipes that can collect this methane gas, and we use it for other purposes. So I request the government of Uganda to also look through that. Then our way forward, coming to improving sanitation in Mbali. So far, School of Hygiene has been working hand in hand with the Mbali. And like last year in 2025, we joined the Mbali leadership during the Wash Commemoration Day by educating primary schools around on how we can maintain sanitation. And these students were the one to teach people on how to wash hands, do waste segregation during that day, because we had trained them. And that brings me to the end of the last question, which was asked, what different things can we do to end completely? For me, in my opinion, I say we should prioritize community-led total sanitation, because it is the community coming up to realize their problems and finding ways of solving their own problem. That will be, it will force them to implement the ideas that came on board by themselves for God and my country.
Thank you so
A
much.
round of applause, and I think we can't push it further than this, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we had time for. Let's appreciate these ladies and gentlemen. And I think from this engagement, we can now believe that the young people are not only participants in this sanitation
landscape, but they are drivers of transformation. And I would like now to imagine what the question should be like, because we began asking ourselves whether change is possible. But I think the question is now shifting to how can we put these ideas in in implementation. Not so? Action. So we are now driving action, ladies and gentlemen. I'd love to see how it is that each and every one of us outside this room or even in this room can be an agent of change or can be an agent of how we will be able to improve these brilliant ideas that the young people have been able to demonstrate. Thank you so much for your time. And I would love at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, to invite our judges, and we are sure that they have been fair enough. They have heed to the instructions, and they have been able to let us know who exactly has taken the day as the person that probably has raised the most popular views, because I know all our views have been amazing, and I'd like to thank you so much, the teams, for your participation. But as the judges come, we will have some group photos. We'll have every team, pose with the parliamentary chairperson for a group photo, and then later we will have a general group team for the youth, and maybe, if possible, we will have a general group photo for all of us. Thank you, and I would like, ladies and gentlemen, to invite the head judge to give us his verdict. Over to you, Philemon.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that the sugar levels are really down, and here you are. You have to mobilize some to listen to this. Friends, when I know that there are about 2-3 members who have tested the seats in the August House, and they can attest that you do research as an MP, and then you have to debate. And of course, not that whatever you say will carry the day or influence policy or the laws, but there will be those that will definitely hit the jackpot. Friends, I am Philemon Chirunda Mukisa, and I have the honor to face the consequences of being the only judge physically present. There is another judge who was very clever and decided to remain online. I was of the view that we first have lunch and then come have this, but since we are having it here, I think I will forego my lunch and just go away because I may be put into a drone. Friends, I have a 4-page report which I'm not going to read because I know that I am standing between us and our lunch. So I am going to just say that the criteria for judgment was well explained by Dr. Sidney at the beginning, but I want to just reiterate that we have been interested in seeing, because it is a debate, how does the team open and how does it end? Does it strike? Can it remind someone that that team began like this or ended like this? And this is the key that I can take home. We have also been interested, definitely more interested, much more interested in the content mastery, which has taken up 25% of the scores.
the strength of argument, and also 25% of the scores, innovation or novelty of the submissions. Is it something new? Is it something that can interest us and make us have a sleepless night just thinking on when can we do this? Professionalism, that is contextualizing the content for action. Because there is really good content, which we have been clapping to. But if we asked ourselves, okay, if we are to begin tomorrow, how do we begin? It would be precarious. And finally, we have also been interested a little bit in having that sense of preparedness by the teams. Now, I have already spoken too much because I'm a teacher, and I am starting to enjoy because everybody is quiet, so I may do a whole 2 hours. But I want to say that all the teams are amazing. The teams are amazing. And please take these scores as just a funny way of getting which team is seems to be a little bit better than the others. But I want to say that we want all the teams, and they have very, very good ideas to enhance the terrain of WASH in this country. So the scores, and I am going to just be to the point. The scores as follows. There is a team that has scored 77 points out of 100. We have scored out of 100. There is a team that has scored 77 out of 100. There is a team that has scored 75 out of 100. There is a team that has scored 83 out of 100. And another team that has scored 91 out of 100. Now, are you ready to do some maths? This is to the teams. This is to the teams. So you have to write really fast and do the maths so that you can even jubilate. I have done the maths here. But team School of Hygiene, Mbale, you scored at these points. You just have to listen to them and then add them up and then you see where you lie. As team School of Hygiene, Mbale, you earned 9 points plus 20 plus 22 plus 10 plus 13 plus 9. Yes, and you can do the maths. Team School of Public Health, Makerere University, you earned an 8 plus a 20 plus a 20 plus a 9 plus a 12 plus an 8. Team Makerere University Jinja campus, you had a 10, a 23, a 24, a 10, a 14, and another 10. Team Community Youth, you scored a 7, a 20, a 21, a 9, a 10, and an 8. I see that the mathematicians have gone on leave, but this means that team Community Youth scored 75. Team School of Public Health scored 77. School of Hygiene, Mbale, scored 83. And team Makerere University Jinja campus scored 91. So this means that team Makerere University Jinja campus managed to argue and in line with the expectations of the fabric. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and I congratulate once again all the teams for the wonderful and important participation. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Could somebody that has the drone keys bring it in the parking, please? And may I ask us to give a round of applause to all the teams first. And I want a stronger to the second run-ups. And I would now wish to see the amazing ululations for Team Makerere Jinja Campus. Could you as well rise so that people can see who you are? Thank you. And then just stand in front here. Just stand in front there so that everybody sees you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And I would love at this moment, the cameramen to do their work. You want to present again? Yeah, so, ladies and gentlemen, may I at this point invite Honorable Silas to the front. And can somebody give me the second mic, please? The second mic? Who has the second mic? Team Hygiene, you have the mic. Thank you. Honorable, you can hold this. First, okay, fantastic. I thought you'd take a photo when they have their gift. But you can have another. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you like, you could give them a standing ovation. Yeah, I mean, those are simple things that are worthy of recognition. And then we would like to ask the Honorable to hand this over to them as a gesture of excellence. Thank you. Jinja Campus, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Silas Algon, the MP for Kumi Municipality, the chairperson Uganda Parliamentary Forum on WASH. And I'm so excited tonight to hand over this accolade, reading the second town hall debate and youth engagement. And I'm proud the team before you and me are the winners. Allow me to submit to them this piece of recognition.
Oh!
Mr. Moderator, at this time I really feel like going back to school.
I know.
Just so interesting. And
It's
those
the
are
same
things-
feeling here.
Yeah, it's the same feeling everywhere.
Exactly. So let's have another team, ladies and gentlemen. This is the other team. Let's now take our seats. The standing ovation was only befitting for the winners. So can we now have the School of Hygiene also receive their recognition? Mbale. School of Hygiene in Mbale.
Ladies and gentlemen, even from the way they address, you can really tell that there is hygiene here.
Absolutely.
And I want to believe this from Bali. Yes, you are the best. I am not trying to oppose the research from the judge. I'm only saying you are very smart. And you have done it very well. We are happy with you because you are providing the leadership. Even when you are still at school, for us, we are following you. By the time you come out to serve the world, you'll be mature already. I want to take this opportunity to hand to you this very memorable piece of recognition, so that every time you see it, you remember that you have to make a contribution to your country. It starts right from school. You don't have to wait until you are in service. Take it and remember what you have done.
So Honorable, you can pose for a group photo with them as well. Thank you. You can take your seats. Then let's have the School of Public Health, Mackay University School of Public Health.
I was doing some quick consultation to find out whether Makerere is the oldest university in Africa or in Uganda. I don't know whether you have any information to that effect. Uganda. East Africa. So you'll also discover that most of the brains, the big politicians and what have you, a majority of them actually indeed went through Makerere University. Eh? It was the only option because they were good. And that is the truth. Honorable Sevunya, you must have gone to Makerere University. That is you can see. So I know what Makerere is capable of doing. And you have always done it. You are not only doing it in Uganda, you have also done it outside our borders. And the whole of Africa knows Makerere, by the way. We know what you are capable of doing. These debates can influence change. It starts from you. It starts with you. It will reach out the whole world. Border to border, change everywhere. Allow me to take this opportunity to hand to you this great piece of recognition because of the way you have gone in to research, to debate as you influence the world, to change for the better as we sustain a clean environment. I think ladies and gentlemen, I'm now thinking of hiring this team for 2031 to come for campaigns. Oh. Ha. Ha. Hello. When they want to touch your pocket, they know what to say. I know them. But, okay, whatever I'm picking, I also don't know the figure. So you close your eyes. If it's a 10, you take it. If it's a 20, you take it. If it's a whatever, pray that you are lucky. Okay.
Step a picture, step a group, step a picture with the honorable, with your awards, with your award. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And then finally, ladies and gentlemen, let's have the community members, community team.
So the community members, I guess these are the parents.
Yes.
Yes, the community. Thank you. That's our category. I think we are the winners. Because all the students come out of the parents, isn't it? So we are the winners, I guess. Thank you so much. When it's the community, they reduce the amount of time they spend making noise. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I used to hear Jinja was one of the smartest and cleanest cities in Uganda. And I'm happy. This debate, the second town hall debate and youth engagement, has taken place right in Jinja. To me, Jinja now becomes the heart of Uganda because we're having the big debate right here. You don't know what your voices mean. They carry volumes. They carry change. You influence the world, and everybody is following what you are doing. These days, because of online business, even the Americans are able to see what you have done right from here. I do chair the current global parliamentary network on water. I would love to have these photos posted there so that everybody gets to know what is happening. The headquarters is right in the US, in Washington, DC. Let the world see what Ugandans are doing, right from the students, the communities, everybody here, and they should see how we come together to influence change. Allow me to take this time to hand over this very good piece of recognition. Take it as encouragement. Strengthen you as you influence society. Be the leaders, be the champions. Show it to the world. Don't hide the light. Thank you.
Have they had a picture? Okay, fantastic. Can we now have the partners? Let's have a recognition of.
Oh, they didn't ask. The community didn't ask for money. You know, the other category, they knew how to touch on the pocket.
Yeah.
So
And
the
the-
community, they already have money.
And the Bible says, seek and you shall find.
Ask and you shall be. Knock and the door shall be. Yes.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, we have the honor to also recognize the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund. We've been able to host this. Becky, will you kindly come and receive this? Oi, thank you, Joan, kindly.
Ladies and gentlemen, just yesterday we were speaking about sanitation and the sanitation fund. That is from 4 Points by Sheraton Hotel in Kampala. Around the world, most people ignore the issue of sanitation and hygiene. and they give priority to water. But you are the few, among the few, who are highlighting the need for our country to invest deeply in sanitation. Actually, this should not be the final award. The president of Uganda and the government of Uganda needs to find a moment to appreciate and recognize people like you because of the very, very unique work that you are doing. Right now, I am having an invitation to Thailand, Bangkok, on, I think it is going to be in November. So the issue is they are going to mark the World Toilet Day. Those are some of the rare people in the world. People who think about the very most important business in the world. Sanitation and hygiene is a must for all of us. Prevention starts with it, sanitation and hygiene. You have done it all. You've done it for this country. You've stood the ground, and God is going to remember you. God is going to lift you, take this accolade in recognition of the contribution that you are making to this country. It doesn't start from above, it starts from below. It starts from the ground, and as you rise, may you rise more and more and serve the country as we recognize you. Thank you. Congratulations.
There's another. Yes, there's another for water for people as well. That is for the fund, yeah. But this is for the organization. Thank you so very much.
You can also call it life for people. Because we are saying water is life. So this can be life for people. You should have been in Teso at the time when we had the war. At the time when the Karamojong warriors were raiding. And there was no opportunity for you even to go and pick out water from that very small spring well. The children are thirsty. Everybody is thirsty. The nearest water point is not clean and safe water, but you've got to drink it. At that moment, that's when you realize that water is indeed what? Life. You have been spreading life to the people unknowingly. We therefore want to hand to you this very special piece of recognition. Take it as you get encouragement. Remember that whatever you do, God will always repay you in a special way. We thank you so much for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And now we also have evidence action. Can we have evidence action? Because indeed, you've shown evidence that you do act. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, where are those who serve us, give service without evidence, corruption can thrive. But where people follow evidence in the distribution of the budget, distribution of resources, service to community, you can be sure corruption will not have room. You are serving with evidence. It means you touch the lives and the hearts and the minds of those who are highly needy. And with that, we want to recognize you. Hand to you this very special recognition for the work that you are doing out there. As you remember that serving society will lift you up because God will look upon you with grace. Take this as recognition for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now finally.
Group photo?
No, finally we have another award, another partner, and this is for Harp Wash Promotion Initiatives. And this is the gentleman that has been behind the coordination of this activity for the second year running, and we'd like to appreciate him. Thank you very much.
To the organizers, to you, the moderator, what you need to note that is special with Charles and Harp is that they have mastered the sector of wash. And if you look around, our functions are among those well-organized ones because of Harp Wash. They know what to do. They know whom to call. they know what to say, and they coordinate very well with the in-charges. Charles, things start like this, and then they grow. Have started small, it will grow big. It will spread beyond Uganda, and you'll be the light. Take this accolade in recognition of your service. Place it in a clear corner. When you enter, you can always be able to see. And you remember that your energy is not wasted, and you are going to grow. Thank you so much for God and my country.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all. Smart minds have spoken. It's now time for Uganda to act. And we know that a clean Uganda or a cleaner community starts with all of us. Thank you very much. It's been an honor being your moderator. And if you like, you can give me a hand clap as well. And I think we can have a group photo, Honorable. We can have a group photo outside. Okay, fantastic. So at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite or to hand it over now to the organizing committee or the organizing team. And Kate will give us the closing remarks. Who? The other, oh, fantastic. Let. Fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited, and I cannot be able to contain this excitement. But I would love, at this particular moment, ladies and gentlemen, to re-invite Honorable Silas for your closing remarks, and also, if the RDC is around, because he's the RCC, he's a representative of the president in this room or in this house, you will ask him to officially close this, and then we will go for our lunch.
Thank you so much. First of all, allow me to apologize that I came a little late. That is not my usual practice. It's because of duty. As we speak right now, Parliament is in session, it's sitting. But I decided to give my priority to this event. And that's why I'm here. I'm Silas Augon, I'm the MP of Kumi Municipality and the chairperson of Uganda Parliamentary Forum on WASH. Allow me first to recognize all the political leaders who are here. The RCC of Jinja. Where is the RCC? Stepped out. LOC 5 chairperson, is he around? Represented. The mayor, represented. Thank you so much for coming. I don't know who else among the political leaders. Anybody? LOC 1 of the area? Not there. Division mayor? Where? Represented. Thank you so much. My colleague, Honorable Sebunya, I didn't know you were here. First rise up, let the people see you. Hey, we were together in the tennis parliament. Very bright brain, intelligent. And when he tells you something, do it, and you'll be okay. Yeah. So I'm here to be a part of you, and really, I should have been a part of the community cohort, I think, or whatever, in the debate. But because I delayed, no worries. I think for me what matters is, whatever we have picked from the groups, actually there's no winner. All the people are winners. All the groups are winners. But we'd love to pick out the ideas that have come from this town hall debate. And then look at them, scan properly, choose what should go where. Among those ideas, some of them qualify to be taken to Parliament. Because either it is a matter for legislation, or it is a matter for appropriation, the budget, or maybe it is just something to do with accountability, increasing oversight, asking questions, sometimes very hard questions. It could be a matter of raising the voices, representation. So we don't want to have a debate and then have these papers have the results closed down, we will have not created impact. It is time for us to act. Whenever we agree on something, let us see results. That will be a big thing. The budgeting cycle is about to start. We don't want to wait and then appear there at the end. This is the time. This is the moment. We should agree on how we package this material. Some of this information may need us to prepare it into a motion. A motion is a proposal to government in a parliament. And I'm here as your voice. I can be there to speak for you, to raise the ideas that this is what the youth are saying from Ginger, so that government implements. If it's about making the law, we make it. Sometimes people are hard. I had a debate about enforcement or just speaking to people. We have choices, but I know people are very difficult also. Just imagine that government decided to remove traffic police from the roads, and then you think about what would happen. I'm giving you that example because one time I saw people at Spear, you know Spear, that crossing level at Ginger Road. Yeah? I don't know what happened to the police. Maybe they had gone home to take children to school or something. So there was no police what? Officer. Equally, the lights, the signals were off. Then I was observing and saying, can there be any Ugandan who can be merciful to the other people to allow them to go fast and wait? I realized that all Ugandans are nearly the same. Everybody was hooting. Everybody was hurrying. Each person wanted to go fast. By doing that, they all got late and they got tied there. And that's how Ugandans sometimes behave. To that extent, enforcement cannot be relegated. You'll need it. You need judges. You need umpires. You need referees. You need people to encourage people. In my view, we need to have it side by side. As you enforce, there should be a team that is busy talking to the people. We must take these debates to all the cities and towns of Uganda, not only Ginger, if we are to change Uganda. From the cities, the debate should now go to the villages. We know where to get them. For the women, if you want to get them, go to the water source, a majority in the village. Some of them wait for the weekend. On a Saturday, you'll find them at the market. Yes. For the youth, if you want to catch them, go to the sports areas. When Arsenal is playing, go to them on the day when Arsenal has won. You'll get all of them and you'll get their attention. That is the kind of strategy that we must draw so that we create a difference. Otherwise, allow me to really appreciate the organizers. And first of all, also recognize my team from UPF WASH. I think I have Jackie. She's over there. She's my coordinator, and they have always made it an effort to be there for the office. I thank you, Jackie, so much. Thank you. Let me appreciate Water for People. You have done a great job. And then Sanitation Fund for the work that you are doing. The Ministry of Water and Environment, Martha and the team, thank you so much. I don't know who else who have not helped WASH for the organization. Can we recognize and clap for them? Any other person? Ministry of Health, represented by? Aha. Yes, let's clap for Ministry of Health. Then, Office of the Prime Minister. Can we clap for them? Yes, and they are here. Can I tell you, all of us have been given opportunity by God to contribute something to this country. The problem with some Ugandans is that you want to go to a big place first before starting from what God has given you. In the Bible, they would ask, what is that you have in your hand? God asked somebody. Like now when they asked Moses, what is it that you have in your hand? He said, I have a stick. God used that stick to produce a miracle. So whatever position you have in a government, I can tell you, you matter a lot. What matters is what you do with the God and the work that has been given to you. Do something. Create change. Don't wait to be recognized by a Ugandan. Please, God will recognize you even before Ugandans recognize you. That contribution will lift you high. And I want to ask the civil servants who are here, be humble. Be humble. Go down like soil. Be humble. I know of people who are so proud and arrogant in their offices that even when you knock, they will ask you, why are you disturbing? Is it a lie? They are there. Be humble. Let's do God's work with one heart. And God will lift you. I want to thank the moderator. Paid or not paid, you've done your part. Each of us has a part to do. And that is it. Yes, the students, Mbale School of Hygiene. Oh, we're proud of you. That school is just near Kumi Road. You know I come from Kumi. Hey, we're proud of you. Aha, MOOBs. Is it MOOBs or Makerere Ginger Campus? Where are they? Ah, we are happy. I got my first diploma. I got it from MOOBs. Yes, so we are, I don't know how to call it. Alumni or what? Something like that. Alumni or alumina? Aluminous. Eh? I don't know. But that is that. The community from Ginger, the community. I thought that for you are parents. But when I looked at the age, I think you are the youth from the community. Hey, thank you so much for the work that you are doing. And Ginger is regaining its glory slowly by slowly. I saw the roundabout now has sprinkling water, the water fountain is there. Yeah, I've seen. Even the one at the bridge, I saw there's a new development there. So slowly by slowly, Ginger is coming back. We are proud of what you are doing here. This is how you develop appetite to go to Parliament. So take time, don't hurry, you'll be there. Don't come and disturb us quickly. 2031, first leave us, continue first. You study. Study and study. With that, I really want to thank you and invite the representative of the president to come, if that is the correct thing, and close this particular event. But to the organizers, it has been wonderful. You did it well, and I hope after these people will go and have enough to eat, then we have a dance near the source of the Nile. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you. May I take this opportunity to invite the RCC? I close. So with that, I think we have a proud people. We are a proud family, the Walsh family. We are to make ourselves the person we want to be. Who else? It is us. It is us. So this time has not been wasted. It has been properly spent. I'll wait personally to get that summary of what we have agreed so that we look for a way of getting tangible results out of this debate. But also our program on how we can roll this out to the entire country. How I wish even you show government. The good thing, the OPM is here. This particular initiative can be picked out by government, funded, so that we roll it out, this kind of debates, to the whole world country. And he put in money so that the winners go back with a pocket that is hefty. It can happen. OPM can do it. It is possible. Honorable Sebunya, me and you, when we agree, things can work. Remember what we used to do in the tennis parliament. When we say the eyes have it, the eyes have it. So we can do it to create change. This is the way to go. With those few and very few words, really indeed, I want to declare this particular event officially closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, good people. And can we pray for lunch or we just go? Huh? Let's pray. Somebody wants to pray. Thank you very much. Let's pray, ladies and gentlemen. And then after, we will go down, take a group photo. All of us, everyone has participated and want to see ourselves being counted. So do not miss the group photo. And then we will go for lunch.
Oh Lord, as we come into your answering presence, we want to thank you for today. Thank you for the successes we've gone through. We pray that you bless the meal that we are going to have. May it cleanse us. May it bring us good health. Please bless those that have provided and prepared. May you protect and provide for those that do not have. In Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen.
I still have the wallet here. I do not know whose it is.
I had a question. I didn't know there was a question for me. I thought it was maybe something else. I don't know who wrote this piece about the budget for sanitation and hygiene. Where is the person who raised it? The person is here. Aha, you could come. Let's commit 1 minute to questions of this nature. 1 minute is enough. There was somebody who talked about power issues in Namotomba. Did I hear something like that? And so I'm wondering really, load shedding was there actually 2005, about 2006, if I can remember very well. What happened with to Namotomba? Such that again now we are seeing such what? Problems. They don't have for communication. So I want to request you to get in touch with your new members of parliament. Maybe I'll look out for them and tell them that I've got this kind of what? Story. It is a time Namotomba gets power, which is stable. Yeah, so I'm going to convey this message. I used to know Honorable Paula Kamba, and the other lady was called Miriam Naigaga. Now there's a young person, I don't know. It's called Joel. They are new, but I'm going to guide them. I believe they can do a wonderful job. They can do a wonderful job. We'll get in touch and follow up with this. But also I'm going to ask the Minister of Energy, Honorable Kasa Isindronias. He comes from Ukumi. So I'm going to ask him, what are you going to do about Namotomba? Because I've got this information. They do not have what? Power. It is not stable. The second thing you said, what? Communication. This one is about writing to MTN and Airtel. So I think I'm going to handle it with the Honorable Minister for ICT, the new person, former Secretary General of NRM, Honorable Lumumba. So we'll try to, so we're not just dealing with the wash just as a standalone. All these things complement themselves. So I think, yeah. So there was that question. What was it?
Yeah, thank you so much, our Honorable, for giving me this opportunity, because we have a number of challenges. Nangobi Hidaya is my name, Assistant DH Environmental Health Ruka District. We have a challenge when it comes to funding. Our sanitation grant is still very low, because we receive only 14 million for the whole year.
For sanitation?
For sanitation and hygiene under the water sector. And this fund, we implement only in 4 villages the whole year. Only 4 villages in the whole year. So it is a bit challenging, whereby even some of our staff don't have transport to reach every person in our districts. So that is a big challenge. We need our support, and this is the time we need your support such that we can improve the lives of our people. I thank you so much.
This is a big case for us, because it matters a lot for the entire country. Because we'll have to find out that 14 million. Is it meant for construction of pit latrines or what?
It is for software activities.
Software?
Yes.
Mobilizing?
Yes, it is for software activities, whereby under these activities we go to the 4 villages to carry out community sensitization using the different approaches. And we end up even using enforcement, because the fund is very small.
Thank you so much. So we'll take up this matter and try to see what we can be able to do. As
Thank you
UPF
so
watch, we'll work out. PHC? That's what primary health care?
Yes.
So the budget?
The budget for PHC we don't have, because they talk of 30%. But even out of the 30%, we don't get, if you are lucky, you can get less than 5%.
So we
if you are lucky, if your DHO is kind enough, he can give you something small, which is less than what you can use for the whole year. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we are going to try to see what we can be able to do to correct that situation. Good enough OPM is here. Minister of Health is represented. We are going to look for also Minister of Finance. We must have this debate to find a way of bridging that gap. Otherwise, thank you for being truthful, strong soldiers on the ground. Even under hard situations, you are delivering. May God bless you. But also increase your future and give you even more opportunities. Thank you.
This need a group photo with you.